Going live. Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Welcome to another episode of Midnight Musings. I am, of course, one of your hosts, Robert Meyer Burnett, and it is Sunday, midnight, July 10th. And of course, it would not be a Midnight Musing show without my two compatriots, my cohorts, my fellow travelers. We've got Mmmm and Lael Rockwell.
Yo.
And how are both of you tonight? First of all, Lael, how are
Yeah.
you doing?
Oh man, I'm doing great. I had a great day. I went out. So we had a jazz festival. We have a jazz festival
Mm,
every year.
mm,
Up at our park. It's the Reservoir Park here. My daughter, she actually vended. She had a vendor up there. She's one of the vendors basically. So she sells
nice.
lip glosses and stuff like that. So she called me up. She's like, "Dad, you should come up with me and just sit with me." And we sat with her. She sold so much today. She had such a good time. The Jazz Fest was really good. It was great music. It was a great atmosphere. Yeah, it was a great day, man. It was a great way. It was a great day all around. So I had a good time.
I love that you have a child that has that entrepreneurial spirit.
Oh, bro, she's the thing is like she's so my daughter is like so she's sort of like a holistic individual. So not
Mm-hmm.
only does she, I mean, she's into she sells lip glosses, makeup, stuff like that, but she's also holistic. So she's into spirituality. She sells, she's starting to get into like candles and, just like oils and stuff like that. Like she's just that type of individual who's really in touch with, just, earthly type of spirituality.
You know
But just
why?
kind of cleansing and stuff like that. Yeah.
Parenting.
Wow. What's up? Oh,
Parenting.
parenting.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well
Yeah.
parented.
Yeah, yeah, she's such a blessing, man. It was great, bro. It was a great day all around. Like it was a beautiful outside, sunny day, being around a whole bunch of individuals. But again, with everything that's kind of going on right now, of course, everybody was on guard, looking around, just making sure everything was safe.
Yeah.
But other than that, like it was a good day, man. It was a
Yeah,
great day.
it's so weird. The very first time I was at this big, great 4th of July celebration here in Redlands
Yeah,
that we have,
yeah,
and it was the
yeah,
first time they did it in 3 years, and it was, packed with people. It was so much fun, great fireworks. But I had to stop and think, wow, there was a very visible police presence,
yep,
and we're now in a
yeah,
situation where
man.
you have to think that way, and it drives. I mean, we've gone a little nuts as a nation over the last
Yeah, we
20
have,
years,
bro.
and
We have.
I don't know what we're gonna do, but hey, we're not here to talk about that.
Yep, yep,
Uh,
yep, yep. We're not.
how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I had a really long stream tonight with Lorena, who says hello to you, Robert.
Man, do I love her.
Um, and we watched this Indian epic film called RRR.
Oh
Um,
yes, I know it
and
well.
yes, and it was just a fantastic time doing that. And I earlier in the day, I enjoyed the weather. It's was a perfect day today. So I'm just enjoying the time out here, and I don't want this summer to ever end.
No, I mean I'm really kind of digging this summer too. It's been a hot one, and of course California is in the midst of a drought, but that's okay.
Mm.
It's still I still it was a beautiful day here. I did 2 Designing Hollywood podcasts. I was telling you earlier. I got to
Hmm.
interview Shay Cunliffe, who was the costume designer of Peacemaker, and
Wow.
then I
Wow.
followed that up with Ellen Mirojnick, and Ellen Mirojnick is one of my, as far as costume designers, she's one of my heroes. I mean, she did everything from Fatal Attraction, Starship Troopers, Basic Instinct, The Chronicles of
Yeah.
Riddick, Strange
Yes, bro.
Days, Ridley
Yes.
Scott's Black Rain, Spielberg's Always. I mean, she's been, and she just brings cool to everything she touches. And we had the
Yeah.
best conversation. I mean, it was like over in a second. I'm like, wait, what? It's over? Uh,
Wow.
and then Martika Ibarra, who's the executive producer, took us out to lunch, and
Nice.
it was afterwards, and we just had this long wine-soaked Mediterranean food lunch. That
Ooh.
Yeah.
was We went to this great Mediterranean restaurant that's on Santa Monica Boulevard in Hollywood. It's not in a great neighborhood, but it's a great restaurant, and the service there is incredible. So that was fun too. So it was a great
Yeah.
a great day. Now, here's the thing. Here's what I've been thinking about. Like Doctor Strange kind of people liked it, but they were underwhelmed, I think, based on what they were
Yeah.
getting. Thor has been very divisive. I've seen like very
Yeah.
divisive comments from everybody. There's a lot of people that are saying pretty much the same thing. You're dealing with really important issues, but it's very silly. And I think people are asking about what is the point of Marvel Phase 4? And I was thinking about the fact that I've been like, me and Star Trek, we had the finale of Star Trek Strange New Worlds this week, and I really disliked it for a number of different reasons. But everyone, of course, is loving it because superficially it gave you everything you wanted. And for me, I find it as another, I see that Star Trek Strange New Worlds, especially the finale, was yet another example of the mediocrity of the writing staff in being able to tell a new story and ruining continuity and leaning heavily. Why they have to lean so heavily on the original series, I don't know. But it got me thinking. I'm like, we live in a very, if you're a geek, a nerd like we all are, we have an embarrassment of riches. We've got great stuff, whether it's The Boys, whether it's Stranger Things, whether it's my favorite For All Mankind. There's a lot of great, Everything Everywhere All at Once came out on video this week. There's so much great stuff out there that I think and by the way, today, I would be remiss if I didn't mention today is the 40th anniversary of the release of Tron, the original Tron.
The original Tron.
The original Tron. And
yes, it is.
For its 20th anniversary, 20 years ago, I made a feature-length documentary on the making of Tron, which was on that 20th anniversary DVD, which you can see on YouTube. But we have a juxtaposition of, on one hand, you can watch things that are really satisfying, really terrific, and then we're watching things like, look, I think that Infinity War and Endgame together are two of the finest examples of fantasy filmmaking I've ever seen. Those movies are wildly entertaining. I can't get enough of them, and they're so fantastic. And then I wonder, you've got a lot of the same creatives. You look at a movie like Thor or Doctor Strange, which are two cornerstone characters of the MCU, and their movies, Chris Gore, I think, said it best. He felt like he was watching an episode of the Thor TV series. And I'm like, because it's almost like these, like Infinity War and Endgame, sure, if you saw everything that built up to them, you need to know what's going on. But those two films really exist unto themselves. They really work, and there's a great ending, and it all's wrapped up. It's 5 hours of great entertainment. But I feel like, and I really liked Shang-Chi, and I liked the Eternals more than a lot of people did, but I understand why it wasn't as satisfying for people. But both Doctor Strange and Thor, I thought, were underwhelming because they both did they tried to do too much, but then they also didn't do enough at the same time. And I was just wondering, so what is the state of genre entertainment now for the two of you? Now, I want to say we have a few super chats from Joseph Michael. He says, are you worried about the state of the Walt Disney Company going into the D23 Expo this September? He'll be there, by the way. In my opinion, he goes on to say, Disney has become overly reliant on the MCU to make most of their box office dollars, at least since 2018. This is all the more reason they should not forsake the financial potential of other theatrical properties. And Joseph Michael continues, by the way, thank you for the generous support, Joseph. At some point before the decade is out, the MCU will eventually run out of gas. It's not going to continue making the kind of money it does today, and Bob Chapek should plan accordingly. And then Joseph finishes off by saying this will only put more pressure on Jim Cameron to raise the bar with his Avatar sequels, of which he said this week in an interview that he might not direct Avatar 3 and 4. What that means, I don't know. But so I would ask you guys, where are you both? I mean, Lael, let's start with you.
Yeah.
I read on your by the way, I'm really loving your social media presence. On one hand, you give sort of uplifting pieces of what's going on in your mind, but on the other hand, you also tell the truth. And
Yeah.
I find that to be refreshing. So I would ask you,
Yeah.
obviously, as a big fan, and
Mm.
you love all this stuff, but yet you didn't. You were critical of Thor: Love and
Yeah.
Thunder.
Yeah.
Tell us, how are you feeling about the MCU now and the state of, because all of this is tied into our collecting. Like, if a movie
Yeah.
underwhelms, do you want to buy a
Yeah.
hot toy figure from it? If the hot toy figure is cool, are you able to
Mm.
disassociate yourself from the film? Like, I like that colorful Thor costume that Hemsworth was
Yeah.
wearing. That it looks like a great figure, but if you don't love the movie, do you buy the figure? So I know these are a lot of questions to be asking, but I guess,
Yeah.
what is your overall feeling about the state of fandom today, this weekend?
You know what? Um, you know, I could go on and on about my distaste for this last film and how fearful I am of the MCU going forward, because you know, one of the biggest things right now is that, you know, over 12 years we were set up with the first phase going into the phase 3. We were set up, you know, with, you know, a journey, and there was a plan, there was a direction that we were actually going. Visibly we could see it, and how integral each character was woven into that storyline, and it made it so cohesive. We could completely understand it. For those who even didn't know anything about the MCU or know anything about comics in general, they were able to basically follow these journeys and somewhat see the connective tissue to certain storylines that were in the comics. So even if they watch the film, they can go back and read the books and say, oh, okay, now I understand where this comes from or what it was inspired by.
Mm,
You know, you can also see that. You can see that even though they couldn't translate a lot of source material from the books onto film because it would take a long period of time,
right.
you could see that there was a plan, and it was derivative of what was in the source material. With phase 4, like literally, it seems like everything is just so discombobulated. We don't know where we're going. Like there's no sense of direction, and I guess, you know, Kevin Feige said that eventually we're going to understand where they're going with this next phase, that we're going to start seeing certain things. Now, after watching Thor Love and Thunder, mind you, normally after the movie, me, Vinny, a couple of us, we get together and we actually have a conversation. We talk about these films. We talk about it. We'll dissect it. Literally, Rob, I walked out of that film, got in my car, and drove off and went home. And they were like, "What?" And I was like, I just want to go home." I was like, because it was just a waste of time.
Disappointment.
The thing is, it was a disappointment. Like my main disappointment was, number one, Christian Bale was awesome. He's awesome in anything he actually does,
Yeah.
and he was Gore the God Butcher. How come we have Gore the God Butcher, right? And we only seen him butcher one god. We didn't really see him do anything else to any other god. I didn't like the simple fact that they didn't flesh out that story as well as they could have.
Right.
And on top of that, it's like it felt like, you know, Taika Waititi's direction in Ragnarok was toned down. Yes, there were some comedic attributes in that film, but it was toned down. It was just, and it made sense. Everything was in the right place with Ragnarok. For those who probably didn't like it, I mean, at least you can respect the vision and where it was going. With this film, it was just like joke after joke, and sometimes they were enforcing jokes like, "Yo, come on, we got it the first time." It was just way too much for me, and I couldn't really connect myself to this film at all. And the way they portrayed, you know, Thor, I just it again, we're not supposed to, we're people who aren't supposed to say, and it Gus, especially me being a comic fan,
Yeah.
I'm not always supposed to talk about source material, because again, we know that those films, everything changes once it's adapted to film. We get that and we understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But they went way off the rails with this. And the thing is, I guess I should have expected it, especially watching that episode of What If and the you know, direction that they took
Yeah.
Thor. It's
Dude,
like
bro,
that
party
adaptation.
Thor.
Exactly. And it was like we got that same adaptation in live action. And it seemed like that. It was like certain things were thrown in. I mean, a lot of people were laughing and joking about the screaming goats. It got on my nerve after the
Right.
first few times. I couldn't take it anymore. And it was just like, you know what? It just took me out of it. Here's the thing. everybody's going to have a certain viewing experience, and understand it. Some people will take this and they'll see the film and they'll love it. And I'm not trying to tell people that they shouldn't see it. It's just that it did not work for me. And I'm glad you brought this up, because it really, walking out of that film, it made me fearful for what I would actually see in Wakanda Forever. It made me fearful for what I might actually see in Ant-Man Quantumania. It made me fearful what I might actually see in the Marvels or any other film, or Blade, or any other film going forward, because I'm like, yo, if you're not, it's like, it seems like Disney doesn't take these IPs serious. They look at them as actually just cash cow, like cash. It's like, look, we want to make the money. That's all we're worried about, is making the money. We're not taking these IPs serious. We just want to milk it for everything we can. And the storyline is suffering. Like, it seems like characters are suffering. The stories are suffering. And it's, like I said, it's just my opinion, but I just think it is kind of like, I don't know where they're going. And it's not just basically with Marvel, it's with Star Wars as well. I don't know what they're doing, and it's crazy. So I don't know. I'm really, really fearful in what direction they're going right.
That was a lot to take in, Lael, and I want to say I'm pretty much, you and I are parking our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay there.
Yeah.
But what would you like to add to this?
Well, Robert and Lael, we're talking about, I guess, basically the state of so many of these entertainment IPs. And honestly, we do have great entertainment right now with the new seasons of Stranger Things and The Boys. But as much praise as we have been giving Stranger Things and The Boys in these seasons, they did actually have kind of like a setback. Stranger Things seasons 2 and 3 weren't their most successful, nor are they the ones that people talk about the most. And the same for The Boys season, I think it was season 2, where a lot of people didn't care for the tone and the focus of that season. And so, I think what's interesting about that is Stranger Things season 3 did something that reminds me of what Thor has done, and in particular when it has to do with this nude scene that they chose to put in of Hemsdale. It was almost as if in season 3, when they decided to have this theme of this mother who's going to be sleeping with one of the kids, which was completely inappropriate and has nothing to do with horror or Stranger Things, but they decided to throw that in there. They kind of lost their way. Sometimes these shows throw in ideas and it knocks the whole thing out of kilt, out of focus. And we can kind of see that in Thor. The other thing too is that it doesn't matter though, because Stranger Things came back strong with a season 4. That's absolutely spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah, it really
We had
is.
really incredible episodes. They took 3 years off to think about how they were going to reapproach and reinvigorate the series and focus more on the horror element of this. Make it appropriate for what Stranger Things is supposed to be, a family-friendly horror entertainment IP. And The Boys is supposed to be raw, insane, unbridled, hardcore superhero craziness. And we got that back. Now, if these two IPs can do it, there's no reason why the MCU can't do it. But I have to still question why there was such a casual nature to Thor when it was clearly such a serious film. The jokes didn't work because the nature of the film was incredibly serious. There was a strong undertone of this is not a joke, and yet everything was kind of treated that way. And then to add insult to injury, one of the relationships that he kind of seemed like he was depending on, the one with Star-Lord, was kind of brushed aside like it was a joke. Like he wasn't important enough to Star-Lord that he could look at him in the face. And I thought to myself, gee, they're kind of ignoring this character. That character is secondary in the sense of importance. And he didn't have to be that way. Having him nude in the movie was nice to see him nude, and I enjoyed it. But boy, I wasn't thinking about Thor when I saw that nude scene.
Well, I think you pointed out something that is the tone of Thor: Love and Thunder, I thought worked really against it. Because, you have Jane Foster who's dying of cancer. I mean, by the way, spoilers, folks. She's dying of cancer, and Thor's coming out of... if you think about... I can't help but think about Thor in Endgame when he takes off Thanos' head. And then it starts out, it's pretty bleak, and then of course
And he
becomes.
did it very quickly and swiftly, without hesitation. It was like boom, and I was like, oh my god, what did he just do? You know, like I didn't know he was going to do that, but he had already decided he was going to do that as soon as he got there. No one's going to be able to talk him out of doing that. So I kind of like the assertive Thor, more aggressive Thor, and he did the right thing. I didn't feel like he made a mistake,
No.
but I felt like he was second guessing himself a lot of times in this, where he didn't know where he stood with relationships. You know what? Thor does not care where he stands in relationships. He loves Jane, and he's always going to love her. And it doesn't matter whether they're together or apart. The love is always going to still be there. That's why it was a real element in the show, and why it meant so much when he lost her and when they were separated. So and I blame also a little bit of this marketing, this trailer, that they focus so much on this nude scene. Honestly, this nude scene was kind of exploitative, because I noticed that after, like, when they showed Helmsworth in his bareback, let's say, and then they showed him, I guess, from the waist up, and he's just breathing there. And I'm thinking to myself, they don't even care what Hemsworth is even saying. They just want a body shot. So don't give us this corny lines and this crappy stuff. Play the music, let the sun shine on his glistening body, and just make it be a scene that's amazing in that way. Or let us see a scene where he's with Jane and it's a love scene, or he's coming out of some celestial pond where he's bathing and is a god, and and you see the sun shining and you can celebrate it. It's not celebratory when someone rips your clothes off by accident and you're embarrassed. That's not celebratory. And as a god, I don't
If
think
it was a woman, that scene would be hugely criticized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's honestly, Thor is beautiful. He's incredible. But I didn't want to see him like this. I wanted to see him with blood on his body and he has to go rinse it off or something. But perhaps not in this. This was kind of degrading. It was a little degrading. And Thor is a powerful man. Even with this degrading, let's say, scene, it's not the most degrading thing, but they could have boosted him up a little bit. Even despite the criticisms and the issues with it, he still, Helmsworth, as an actor, pushed through this with his strength. Like, his strength kept coming through, just even visually. He just is so strong. And I'm like, if anything, we could see Thor underneath, but I'd say direction and maybe the script and the editing did not allow it to come to fruition.
Well,
go
ahead.
Real quick, Robin, what I wanted to say was I didn't, and a lot of people may have, and again, this is all based on opinion. I didn't buy his relationship with Jane at all. I didn't buy it. There was no connection to me. I didn't feel the connection. And then I didn't also feel a sense of loss after she passed. I didn't feel that. This is someone who visibly in Endgame, he showed that he displayed like the separation that he had from Jane. He showed that it was bothering him over the years, the sense of failure that he's experienced for so many years, and that sense of loss. They glossed over that. Yes, they showed this little montage of them being together at one point and why they separated, which really wasn't needed. I just thought that was a waste because there still wasn't a connective tissue there. They also glossed over the simple fact that, number one, we're dealing with a sensitive issue like cancer with her. Her dealing with cancer, we didn't feel like it was something that she was necessarily struggling with. I didn't get a sense of struggle with that. And the thing is, reading the source material, if knowing about Mighty Thor, reading the books, it was a constant struggle. And that story was fleshed out so beautifully in the books. And you felt that. You felt like the fear of death in her, but also struggling with identity at that particular point. We felt all of that. And in this film, we lost that. Also with Gore, his story was so important because, again, we pray to gods, people who basically pray to gods asking for certain things to come. And when it doesn't happen and you lose your family and you lose everything that you know and love,
and
you
your
are
faith.
remorseful. Your faith, you lose your faith, you're resentful, you're angry. And the thing is, they had a chance to really explore that. We didn't. And again, it's rubbed me the wrong way. Is the simple fact that we're seeing gods that were slain, but we never seen it happen. We never really got a chance to see any of that. And I think that would have really been important. Number one, I do blame the sense of direction. I blame lazy writing and also them toning it down for us only like what? It was like almost under 2 hours. Like, really, it made no sense.
Well, this was the first time. I think one of the strengths of the Marvel Cinematic Universe under Kevin Feige's direction is that unlike some films, they get directors that have a partnership, a creative partnership with the studio. Where Marvel is, they don't, auteurs can't come in and make the Marvel Cinematic Universe the way they want it. You have to be in a partnership with the studio. And I think that,
Mhm.
we have like a James Gunn, and Marvel, Kevin Feige hires James Gunn for his sensibility, but then he works in tandem with the studio. So when you see Guardians of the Galaxy, it's very much a James Gunn movie, but it's still Marvel. I felt Thor: Love and Thunder was too much Taika Waititi,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it was, and
Exactly.
I felt like he was too unrestrained, and because now he's
Yeah.
won an Oscar, now he's
Yeah.
done Jojo Rabbit, and I feel that
Mhm.
he's now done two movies where on one hand they're funny, but in Ragnarok Asgard was destroyed, Odin
Yeah.
dies,
Mhm.
Mjolnir is destroyed as well, and there's all this stuff, really heavy stuff going on, but you've got the comedy
Yeah.
to help you skate through. Whereas this film, I thought should have been, it's comedy and tragedy is what we're dealing with. We're dealing literally with those two face masks, comedy and tragedy, the
Yeah.
drama, those two, and that's what you had. And I felt like there wasn't enough of the real emotion. It was all a goof.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
It
movie
was.
was all a goof, and I never felt, no, I didn't feel any of it was
Mhm.
weighty enough. And look, we
Yeah.
always undercut tragedy with comedy, but this
Yeah.
movie felt like it was like Thor has become, if you mock or turn your main character into the butt of too many jokes, the main
Yeah.
character, the gravitas of that character is lost. And I understand what
Yeah.
Hemsworth is doing, but that beginning scene in Endgame when he takes off Thanos' head, that man, he failed to protect the fucking universe. He
Yeah.
failed. He didn't go for the headshot. He was there and could have prevented the snap, but he made a mistake. And so
Yeah.
half the universe, I can't even fathom what that must be like for a character, especially a character like Thor. And it was played beautifully in Endgame. And then they kind of turned it into a
Yeah.
funny joke. But you know what? It worked for me because you hadn't seen that before. You hadn't seen like Thor lets himself go and it brings him down to earth and all of
Yeah.
that. But then by the end of Endgame, he redeems himself. He shows up with Mjolnir and Stormbreaker, and
Yeah.
it becomes cool again. But I really think that this film, and I feel the same way sort of with Doctor Strange, in the sense that Doctor Strange was a Sam Raimi movie and they had all these
Yeah.
interesting things, but I felt that Doctor Strange was surprisingly unsatisfying to me because
Mhm.
Doctor Strange was he felt secondary in his own movie, and I kind of felt this was the
Yeah.
same way, that the character of Thor, like, I don't want Thor completely deconstructed. I don't want
Yeah.
everything about
Mhm.
Thor to be a joke. I don't,
Yeah.
I don't like that. And I think
Yeah.
the Marvel Cinematic Universe has always done a really great job of humor and great character moments. I mean, I keep going back to things like Endgame, where you have the Cap and Natasha scene where
Yeah.
they're just, it's them sitting down talking about, it's been 5 years, there's whales coming back into the Hudson Bay, but how
Yeah.
we're here doing what we have to do. And that was a great serious moment, even though it's superheroes. And I think the reason people
Yeah.
love the Marvel Cinematic Universe is you get it walks a tightrope, but
Yeah.
we take the characters seriously. And
Mhm.
Ragnarok pushed that humor, even though there was lots of this film. I felt I was untethered as a viewer from. I
Yeah.
felt like there was nothing in it from the all of the silliness. I'm like, I need something to hold on to. I don't, and it was unrelentingly silly in the beginning.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't, I want to believe. I love science fiction, fantasy, and horror, but if anything goes too much in one direction, it doesn't work anymore. And you're already asking an audience to believe. Like, one of the brilliant things that the Marvel Cinematic Universe did was it made you believe that Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor, the way they told those stories, those characters could exist in one universe. When after I saw Iron Man, which is really a great character study of one man, you go back and you watch Iron Man 1, it feels like an indie film compared to the MCU now, because it's the story of one guy, and ultimately he's fighting for he's had a long dark night of the soul. He realizes, I'm doing the wrong thing in life, and he ends up coming into conflict with his own mentor, friend, and business partner, and they battle it out mano a mano, and you buy it. It's so compelling because you really like the character of Tony Stark, and then and you believe his transition, you believe his change, that he has a change of heart, because he almost was killed by his own weapon. And they did a really good job of weaving that. I'm going to put armor around the world. What happened in Age of Ultron, and the fact that the fallout, you found out that Wanda and Pietro, a Stark bomb caused them to go over the Hydra side. There was always gravitas in the Marvel universe, and I feel that in Phase 4, the thing that has been most missing is the movies are now untethered from the very universe they're a part of, because we're always asking ourselves, look, Marvel did this themselves. They set up their universe. They set up their shared universe. They set up this expectation that we would understand how all of these parts fit into the larger whole, the larger tapestry.
Yeah.
And I really feel that they've kind of lost the plot in Phase 4.
Yeah.
That as much as I enjoyed Shang-Chi, and I have to say something that I have loved Miss Marvel. I have to say I keep reading Cameron Pasha's his talking about representation. I'm starting to hear that more and more, but I really have been enjoying the Miss Marvel story. I mean, this last episode, the end of it, I love the flashback. The end of it, when they got rid of all the djinns and I don't know what that's all about. I don't understand this 6-episode structure. I don't think it's great for the show, but for the most part, I've really been enjoying it, even though I'm surprised at how much I've enjoyed the show. I really love WandaVision.
Yeah.
I liked Captain America and Winter Soldier a lot more than a lot of other people did, because I thought what it was about, the idea of Sam Wilson accepting the mantle of Captain America, and I didn't see it as some woke thing. I saw it as a really interesting character study about a black man in modern America dealing with, Josiah, what's his, I forget it. Why am I drawing a blank on
Just Isaiah Thomas.
Was it no?
Right? Did I say it wrong?
No, but his character's name is
yes. I can't remember.
Sam.
Not Sam Wilson, but the other character, the character that says
Falcon?
No.
What do you mean?
The older character.
Father. The grandfather.
Isaiah.
Yeah,
is it Isaiah?
It's not Isaiah Thomas?
No, not Tom. It's Isaiah. He was basically the Patriot. He was the first.
Yeah, the Truth miniseries that they took from. When he says to Sam, when that character says, they're never going to accept you as a Captain America. You're a black man. Look what they did to me. And Sam says, you know what? No, I'm going to step up anyway, and I'm going to take on the mantle of Captain America. I thought that was great. Yeah. And I thought that was really, and while they had to change the trajectory because the pandemic and the COVID and all that, but I thought that storyline, and some people say you have to do better, was a little too on the nose. I didn't feel that way. I really felt Falcon Winter Soldier, the story of Sam Wilson having to accept the mantle of that shield, I mean Captain America, was pretty effectively conveyed.
It was a story that had to be told.
Yeah, and it had a reason for being, and that same creative team is going to make the new Captain America movie with him. I like that. I like WandaVision. But, Loki is as much fun as I had. I'm like, wow, you're totally pushing this, you're straining credulity with the time variance authority you're moving into. And as much as I did like the Eternals, the Ancient Astronauts thing, I didn't think it was like the Deviants. None of that really worked very well. I like the Eternals themselves.
It wasn't the Deviants that we are accustomed to.
No.
And the Deviants really didn't, as important as the Deviants are in the comics, the Deviants weren't displayed well in this film at all.
No.
And they weren't given that space to really show how effective they are in that conflict between the Deviants and the Eternals themselves. You know what I mean? So it's like, again, I saw somebody actually say this in the chat, and I absolutely agree with them. It's like Marvel right now is throwing things up against the wall to see what's going to stick. You know what I mean? Like they don't have a sense of direction, and that's it. It's bro, like it's you can't. How successful you have been. Now we know that like different genres will have that run where you have your rise and your falls just to rise again. And I'm hoping that basically this is going to happen, with Marvel, under Disney's, watchful eye. I don't know, but here's the thing: is it's like is all the things that everybody have been saying about Disney finally being exposed? Is it one of those things where now they're coming in and their hands are tied in too much? They're doing too much to these IPs, just wanting to try to connect to these IPs too much and have their say, that they're taking away from what the director's vision, what the writer's vision may actually be if it's done right. And I think this time though with Taika Waititi, they saw what he did with Thor Ragnarok and just, oh, we want that same impact. We need more. We need more of that. I'm
Right.
like, wow, why did you do that?
Well, I have to say, what I think is really missing, and here's what I realize because I've been talking about the cosmology of the Marvel Universe.
Yeah.
And they've got the Egyptian gods, they've got the Celestials. What I am missing from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and it's interesting, I didn't really put my finger on it. I mean, you can see this shelf. Well, this one's empty, but wait, these are all like I've got a lot of Marvel omnibuses and
Yeah.
of all their major storylines. What
Yeah.
the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I think, is missing, and what they should have done after Infinity War, is adapt the series Marvels, which was the human response to all of this. What I am missing from the Marvel Cinematic Universe is after 23 movies and after the Thanos, the Infinity Saga, where does humanity fit into all of this?
Yeah.
We're watching Celestials coming out of the Indian Ocean, and Arashem's going to judge humanity, and we've got ancient Egyptian gods fighting over the pyramids and sucking the souls up of human beings. Like all of this crazy Shang-Chi, all this crazy shit is happening. But where's the humanity of the Marvel universe? Like what do we've had? What does, and we've seen glimpses of it. Like I love Monica Rambeau and WandaVision. I loved her. But I really feel that the Marvel Cinematic Universe, we always had a human element in all of these stories. Like even Obadiah Stane was a human being. You had various human characters in Captain America, and in Thor, the first Thor, you had Jane, you had other characters. We are completely removed from humanity now.
Yeah.
There's no, I mean, you can talk, even Jane Foster's The Mighty Thor. And I feel that these movies are now, even the Eternals, you kind of had a human element in someone like Dane, but he was in the beginning and the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And you didn't you and it would have been interesting to see how humanity sees all of these events. And we've lost that. They've completely disassociated themselves. And I think one of the things about Shang-Chi that worked was you had Shang-Chi's good friend. She was us. She was the every person, and she was a part of the action, and she was a part of the storyline and all this stuff that's happening. And I feel
You mean Aquafina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like Aquafina was a normal human being kind of along for the ride, and she was us. She was the proxy for the audience. And I feel that the Marvel Cinematic Universe, like you're watching Ragnarok and I'm watching all this goofiness, and I'm like, it would have been nice. It's no longer grounded at all. It's spun off.
Yeah.
I felt like Thor, and to a certain extent, Multiverse of Madness. I mean, at the beginning, I thought was really, I loved the beginning of Multiverse of Madness when he went to his former love's wedding, and you saw a little bit of what was going on Earth after that crazy opening with Defender Strange and all that. But when I'm watching this, I'm like, why do I, with Thor Love and Thunder, I'm like, other than the fact that I'm following the Marvel Cinematic Universe, why do I care about this story? Do I care? Because it doesn't feel like the story itself cared about itself.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes
now,
sense.
Robert and Lael, and I agree with pretty much everything both of you have been saying. But when it comes to Doctor Strange Part 2, the film has made a lot of money. It's actually,
Oh yeah.
done okay. And they're saying there's going to be another one on the way. Do you see Thor even approaching nearly the bankroll that Doctor Strange 2 has made?
That's a great question. I don't think so.
Great question.
I
Great question.
honestly don't think that Thor Love and Thunder, I think it's too silly.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange had a lot of it, not just things like the Illuminati and all the multiverse itself, but there was gravitas there. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, you still had Wanda and her children, and there was something there that you could latch onto that everybody understood. Thor Love and Thunder feels like a goof.
Yeah.
It feels
It-
like
it-
you
it-
don't need
yeah.
to see it. Like at the end of the day, sure, the post-credit scenes promise things, but
Yeah.
what does that have to do with the larger
The
questions
bigger
of
picture. Yeah.
and the thing is, they're setting us up with the Celestials. They're setting up these, like, I hope everyone's like, well, it's going to lead to Secret Wars. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if they go to, I honestly don't care if they go to Battle World and all the heroes and the
Yeah.
villains are going to fight. To me, that's not interesting. The
Yeah.
Infinity Saga was interesting. Thanos had a philosophy. He
Yeah.
won. Our heroes were
Yeah.
defeated. And when you watch Endgame, despite Professor Hulk and all you still felt the pathos and like, fuck.
Yeah.
Ronan, you had Hawkeye becoming Ronan and losing the way Endgame opened when Hawkeye's family is dusted and you hear Mr. Fantasy play over the Marvel logo. I was like, I was in, man. Like, I was emotionally
Yeah.
connected to what happened. Watching Hawkeye's family get dusted, that was a fucking great way to open that movie.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we were in, man. We were like, fuck, because
We were engaged.
and we were there, man. We were there. We were thinking about our loved ones getting dusted and all that.
Mhm.
And they've done, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has done such a great job up till now of engaging us. And it's not like these movies, they're not bad, but
Yeah.
I just
But
don't
they're
think,
not great. They're not great either.
no.
It's not bad. It's the thing is, it's again, I think it's one of those situations where you're getting ahead of yourself, and it's where you get to, like, like they say, like the biggest thing is when we get too comfortable. Sometimes great ideas and certain things will just pass us by because we get complacent. I think with them right now, they've gotten a little bit too complacent with stories, feeling as though, okay, us as viewers, because we have been enjoying this material for so long, that we're just going to accept anything. We're going to accept anything that they basically throw at us, and we're going to be comfortable with it. You're going to love this. We know. And that's the thing, is like, literally, after watching this film, I see Taika Waititi in a totally different light that I'm afraid of, in a sense, because he's a great director. But here's the thing, he's a good writer, and I know he's well capable of writing a good film. Jojo Rabbit touched on some very, very interesting beats, very, serious tones. And it was an enjoyable film to me. Ragnarok, it was an enjoyable film to me, even though there were certain choices even in that film I questioned, because I was like, I just don't want it too serious. Like, when I hold him going through, like, with, showing up and screaming once he goes through that portal, and he's right before. I was like, yeah, but at the same time I accepted it. When I saw this film, I'm like, okay, now maybe they just felt as though or they feel as though they're running out of steam, and they're saying, you know what, Taika, we need you to do this right now. Just do all of this right now, because we need to get that back. We need to get that magic back. And I'm like, bro, that's not how you do it, because you just really let down a whole bunch of people thinking that this was going to be such in a character who was a very major influencer in the last 12 years of what we've actually seen. So now we're getting a totally different iteration right now. You know what? The biggest thing, and I honestly, and I believe this, there is no, in the cinematic realm of these Marvel films that we're seeing, there's not one person we can look at so far and say there's leadership qualities at all.
No, you're right.
At all.
By the way, I don't know if you can see, we've got a bunch of super chats that have gone off my
Yes.
screen, starting with Tom Jr. Jackson. I can't
Yes.
see them. Can you guys see them?
What does it say?
He wants to know if we can see the super chats,
the
Lael.
super chats of it, because for whatever reason, this I can see tips, but I can't see the super chats. They go off the screen, and I can't see them anymore. And
I think the last super chat I actually saw was from Texas Heat.
Yeah, and there's Mr. 47 and Texas Heat. I can't see like Baruz, and then Tom Jr. Jackson. There's a few more, which I don't know why I can't see them.
Yeah, I don't.
Tom said, "Good to see us," by the way. And Tom
Hey,
had a
Tom,
cataract
too,
operation this week, so there you go.
Oh man, recovery. I mean, come on, man. Great rising, man. Good recovery. Just lay back and just please get better, bro.
Yeah, and Baruz, and I'm trying to get back the ones
there's
I missed.
There's Mr. 47.
Yeah, I got that one, and he says this is a good point. The fact that there's an ice cream shop in New Asgard called Infinity Cones with Thanos' gauntlet on it spits on the memory of Tony, Natasha, and Vision, not to mention Thor's greatest failure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's not a bad. See, this is the thing. Like, now that you're moving on, how does humanity deal with the snap, the blip? And we've seen that in the Marvel shows, some of the shows, and they've done a pretty good job of dealing with that. And how horrifying is that? And watching in Black Widow, we saw when Yelena came back, what it was like for her to be blipped. Horrifying. She's in the same place wondering what's going on. 5 years have gone by. And all that. I'd like to see more of that. And I want to know, did everyone see in the UK Arishem the Judge, a celestial overhead? And if you have, what does that mean if you're a religious person? What if you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or a Hindu?
Yeah.
What happens when there's celestials in the sky? Does that throw your religious viewpoint into question? Do you suddenly wonder if what you know about the universe is true or not? And how do you deal with that? How do the religions of the world deal with Thanos' snap? We haven't even dealt with the fact that, there's just aliens here.
Yeah.
And I really feel that the Marvel Cinematic Universe needs to deal with their cosmology. That's why I'd love to see a movie like Marvel's, where we saw a little bit of that in Hawkeye, where the Battle of New York was witnessed by Haley Steinfeld. But I really feel that we are missing the human element. That seems strange to say, but I mean, the multiverse, Doctor Strange ultimately felt totally inconsequential because the only person that knows anything about the multiverse are Wanda and Doctor Strange. And you don't know where Wanda is, and Doctor Strange comes back, and it's like I might as well wake up from a dream. The rest of the world doesn't know anything about it. Only he does, and Wong and the people at Comertage and all that. And I think Mr. 47, it's a good point that when what happened to Earth and what happened in Endgame and Infinity War is not something anyone's going to be joking about anytime soon.
Yeah. Nah, it's not. And that's the thing is, like, you bring up a very interesting point, Rob, and I heard you say this before, man. Like, literally, we saw Arishem the Judge, bro. And you know how big literally, all right.
He's bigger than Earth.
He's bigger than Earth, and on top of that is like, so if all of us literally, not at the same time, but I mean, I'm pretty sure at night you see the same moon that I see, right?
Yep.
Right. You see the same moon that I see, right? So if there's a planetary threat, and if you see something that big in the sky, pretty much it's going to influence everybody is going to experience that and see it in some way. But yet that was a major impact to humanity. Nothing has been said since Eternals to address that. Now, I guess it depends on where the timeline it falls, but I don't care at this point. That needs to be addressed because we have now seen the existence of Eternals. Like, I mean, not Eternals, but as Celestials.
There's one frozen in the ocean.
And there's one frozen in the ocean, man.
What do our archaeologists say when they see they can go to the bottom of the ocean and see this thing was cracking itself out of Earth? And if it didn't get stopped, the planet would have come apart.
We do know that, and this is what I'm saying, because from what I'm hearing, that we're supposed to possibly see High Evolutionary in the Guardians. High Evolutionary has dealt with celestial in general. He has tampered with celestial technology. That was one of his biggest things to actually help humanity and actually to evolution in itself. His experimentation with evolution. So I'm hoping that us seeing, you know what I mean, this celestial on the ground, that someone's going to actually tamper with that actual technology to try to find out more that they of what they can find out, because they need to expand on that. Like these are things in plot holes. Like, why these things need to be touched on, and if you miss that, and if we don't see anything else of that, it's not going to make sense to me, man. It really, really, really isn't. So again, I hope they know what they're doing, but right now it's looking bleak to me. Right, I just don't know.
Yeah, and the thing is, what's interesting is the only reason we're talking this way is because for the most part, the 23 Infinity Saga movies, I have very much enjoyed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I very much have it, and the climax of Infinity War and Endgame was so good, and I enjoyed them so much that, and I get it. You restart and you go back but they're doing all of these things like, and I don't know, and I don't see. I really need to know, like you just said. I think it's a great example. We all look at the same moon. Well, when we all see Arishem the Judge, we're all going to have different reactions depending on our religious beliefs, our upbringings, where we live on Earth, and what does that mean? You know, and like you said, they've never dealt with it. It's like, whatever. Yeah, and these are huge questions. It's almost like humanity. Yeah. You know, it's kind of my problem with what happened with the Matrix sequels. You know, in the Matrix, the first Matrix, it's all about the fact that all of us, humanity, we're locked away in these, we're batteries for the machines. And the whole point was to liberate your mind, as Morpheus says, free your mind. And in the sequels, other than the people in Zion, what about everyone that's locked away? When Agent Smith is like taking over the Matrix, is everyone dying? So the Matrix 2 and 3 were really no longer about liberating mankind. It was just about the gobbledygook of the Matrix. And the first Matrix worked so well because we were Neo. You know, all of us were Neo, and that's why it was really, really interesting. So, and look, I want to like these movies. I don't dislike these movies, but you know, they've gotten to the point where now I want to know. You've already given me such great entertainment. My bar for you is set very, very high because you set it that high. And now when I'm seeing these things, I'm wondering, what am I as a viewer? And a lot of people, what I don't like is when people say, well, Rob, you know, you're old, and why should it matter? And I'm like, but our society is defined by its entertainment. You know, and when we get great entertainment and great films, right now our entertainment is defined by corporate interests, our large-scale entertainment. So what we're getting is we're already getting compromised storytelling that is to serve these corporations. Give us your money, give us your money, give us your money. I mean, I don't know if anyone saw this, but this week somebody dropped, an editor redid Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I watched the whole thing, and it was phenomenal.
Yep. And you look at it, and you're like, I did too. I thought it worked out really well, and we got that this week as well. And you're looking at this because, and I'm just saying that you have people, the fact that somebody would take that into their own hands and shape it into something you want. Everybody wants this stuff to be great. None of us want to watch things. We all watch it, and we want it to be great. You know, Texas Heat says the Batman only made $700 million. Very disappointing. Well, I have to disagree with you, Texas Heat. $700 million is a huge box office number, even on a movie that costs maybe $200 million, because you know the conventional wisdom, a movie has to gross 3 times what it costs. But it's a brand new Batman movie. If you look at how much the Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins didn't gross anywhere near $700 million. Everyone thinks that $1 billion. $1 billion is an anomaly. We can't believe that movies are going to gross that much. For $700 million for a long Batman movie, that is a huge number. That is a great result. So nobody was dissatisfied with that number. So he goes on to say, what the hell is going on with Warner Brothers and DC? I don't know. I talked to somebody that was working on Black Adam today, and they said Black Adam is pretty great. So we'll see. I mean, DC, I think they should stick. Look, Aquaman made $1 billion, Joker made $1 billion.
Yeah.
I think that DC standalone movies are doing well.
Yeah.
We're getting Shazam, we're getting Black Adam, we're getting Aquaman 2. And we'll see. It's just their cinematic universe. They've kind of let that
Flash.
go. And unfortunately, I hear Flash is an incredible. Everyone who I've talked to about Flash
That
has worked on it.
everybody, I was going to tell you that a friend of mine, she's actually was on one of my shows. She lives over in Cali when she lives in Hollywood and stuff like that. But she's associated with the film itself. And she was like, "Yo, Lael, without telling you, and I can't really tell you anything. Like the film is effing amazing.
Yeah,
And it's a shame. It'd be a shame if they didn't release it." She said, "But
they're
hoping
going to release
and
it.
we did, and we've gotten the news that they are going to release it." So she was like, "It's amazing." So I'm like, "Yo, like that's another thing." And maybe this is an opportunity for DC to step up and say, "You know what, we can recreate or give that magic." Or have a space to create, man. I'm hoping. The thing is, I'm rooting for all IPs, man. Look.
I do too.
I root for action science fiction. I root for anything cinematic because I want these films to succeed. I want that same nostalgic feeling, and I know I'm not going to get it, but I still want the new age to win. I want them to win. I want to see these films win. You know what I mean? Because that only increases the cinematic experience for generations after me. You know what I mean? And I want everybody to have a space to win. But I think that how you do so is that you can't be lazy. You have to really be consistent. You can't rely on, and again, and I always say this, back in the 80s, the 70s, and in our earlier times, and again, I'm old, but what I'm saying is we didn't have the technology that we have right now.
No.
But what we did have is the intelligence enough to write a good story. And that's what we relied on. Yeah, it was shitty, visuals and stuff like that. But we had good stories. We had stories that we could rely on, and that we could say, you know what, that was well written. Now it's more of, and I'm not saying that people can't write stories and not well, because we've seen it. We've seen that in the Marvel universe. We've seen that with certain films right now. Yes, they are capable of doing that. But I just think that if a corporation's hands are in it too much, then they take away from that experience. And I think that with this, like again, I was sitting there with Toya, and she, now mind you, bro, she loves Russell Crowe.
Sure.
She loves Russell Crowe. Everybody loves Russell. Seeing Russell Crowe in this film, I literally, and how they portrayed him as Zeus, literally almost made me get up in that scene, get up and take a bathroom break until he was off screen, because I was just really dissatisfied. And that's the thing, is like, look, I didn't want to be that way. I literally wanted to enjoy this film, and that's the way I went into it. But it was just like, oh man, I was like, you know what? After that, I was literally like to the point where I was like, you know what? I'll watch it again when it's on USA or TNT.
Sure.
Literally.
That's Clint likes everything. You'll love this. Imagine Weird Al wrote and produced a Depeche Mode record. That's what Love and Thunder felt like after watching Dark World earlier that day. Oh, I know. Dark World with Malekith. Dark World is not perfect by any means, but it's the tone of it's 180 degrees away from. Incredible. You're absolutely right. And Jermaine King says, with all of this MCU disconnect, I keep waiting for Feige to pull a Superman and Lois and announce each Phase 4 film or show happens on different Earths. And then Shogun Orta says, which you know what? I could see something like that happening. I don't think they're doing that. And Shogun Orta says, I feel like they might not touch the human element because that's such serious territory that jokes may not be able to smooth over. And then Joseph Michael goes on to say, I believe you forgot to answer one of my questions. Are you worried about this September's D23 Expo turning into a hot mess?
I saw that.
Yeah, we read that. I am not. I mean, look, Star Wars, you have to remember that most of the world doesn't give a fuck. They go to the movies, they see things. You know, they like them or don't like them. You know, it's a very small group of us on a planetary basis that cares. I mean, we in the YouTube pundit space are talking about these things. most people go to movies and don't think much about them. They watch them, they want to be entertained, they go in, they leave 2 hours later, they smile. They don't spend a lot of time analyzing these movies as much as we do. And I get that.
Yeah.
I think D23 is doing well because it'll be fine. Because remember, most people, like the Disney stocks are down under Bob Chapek. But like you said, Doctor Strange made over it's the only superhero movie that has made over 900 million, but not a billion. It's
Right.
That's a huge fucking number. And,
Yes.
and the first Doctor Strange, I don't think cracked 700 million. And it might have, I'm not sure. But so that was a huge result. That was a big number. And then what Shogun Orta says, the human element, I mean, it's funny to talk this way about this stuff. But, I mean, in a way, sometimes I think that maybe, like, I was very disappointed ultimately by Moon Knight. And I think the Disney shows, Loki was goofy. It had all these big giant, again, it expanded the Marvel Cinematic Universe in such a fantastical way. Where's the human element there? They had some of it. Yeah. But, I wonder, where it is, because we all love these franchise properties. Everybody loves this stuff. We all want them to be great.
Yeah.
But, like, look, I'm a Star Trek fan. I've loved Star Trek my whole life, but I felt everyone's like, oh, I really love Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And I'm like, to me, I'm watching the Vegas version of a Star Trek show. And it's leaned so heavily into classics, the original series. And, I watched this season finale and it made me want to punch the fucking screen. And
yeah, I wasn't fond of it either. It could have been so much better. And, this is what they wanted to produce, but it's not at all what I thought it should have been. And I didn't like the previous 2 episodes. So that, added a very bad taste in my mouth. So that's 3 episodes in a row that I didn't care for.
You can look back at the Ghosts of Christmas Future or whatever coming back, and you look at an episode like Tapestry, where Q shows Picard the road less traveled. What I don't understand as I'm watching this show, if you wanted to give Pike a moment in time that shows his future, why not make it unique to him? Why do you go into the future and show us an original series episode, one of the best episodes of the original series, and recreate it to the point where Pike is actually saying the exact same dialogue from the original episode? And why that moment? And then you change it up and you change the relationship between the Romulan commander and his Centurion. Why do that? And what you've done is you're commingling your shows. And why can't you tell a story that's unique to Pike that would give us, because it doesn't even make sense. When Pike comes back, he's like, I just had this experience that taught me a lesson. I guess the Romulans are offshoots of Vulcans. Is he not going to tell anybody this happened to him? It's like, I went into the future and I know James T. Kirk and I do all this stuff. And it's such, I think that Star Trek Strange New Worlds is so, and then they show us the Gorn. And they give us the Gorn are now a parasitic life form. And when they're all born, they fight amongst themselves as newborns.
It was disgusting.
But please draw me a line between those creatures and their life cycle and the spacefaring race that has better technology than the Federation in Arena. Like this idea that you've turned these monsters into, it's like, let's turn this goofy monster into something. I'm looking at, and to be honest, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Anson Mount's great. But the rest of the show, I'm keenly aware of the fact that, like, is the ship really only manned? Are women the only people? And I don't have a problem with women in strong positions but it's gotten to the point where I'm like, this doesn't even feel normal.
No.
How many women are going to be on the bridge? And that's fine. I don't give a fuck. But it doesn't feel real to me. As the Viceroy of Verisimilitude, I'm like, I don't believe this. I don't believe how you talk to each other. I don't believe that Pike invites all these people to his cabin.
No.
He would not.
And then he cooks for them? I don't think so.
He would not
and that fairy tale. Yeah, that fairy tale episode was when they started to go downhill, because that fairy tale, that is not the type of episode you do in season 1. That's after you have a few seasons on your, successful seasons, and then you try something experimental like that. But this, we don't know enough about these characters to even understand an episode like this. They're not well established enough. So it's, it just feels like an experiment. One person is here, another person is there. This person's in a dress. This person's in a gown. This person's in a, storybook fantasy clothing. It was just all over the place. And that's exactly what the second half of the show is, all over the place.
No, and I think it's a show that it literally, Anson Mount's so good looking, and he's so good in the role of Pike that he's bamboozled everybody to think what they're watching is good.
Well, everything he says when he gets on the screen is like a seduction almost. I mean, he's seducing them. Come to my cabin, let me cook for you. Well, you know something? That's a come on for most people, isn't it? Like somebody invites you over and they say, let me come over to my house, I'll cook for you. I mean, it has a different implication and maybe not appropriate for the captain to be doing for all the officers.
Well, and I just don't understand, why do you have to, why is by the way, Star Trek Strange New Worlds is literally a show that is about the original series. It's literally about Star Trek. Everything that has happened in Strange New Worlds is some way related to
from the original.
Yeah, it's either commenting on it, it's derived from it. It has and I watch it, and all they do is fuck up the original series. You're picking and choosing all this stuff, and I'm like, why are you doing this? I want to watch an original show about this crew, and it's maddening to watch. People like, but Rob, why don't you love it? It's so good. I'm like, it's not good. It's incredibly creatively bankrupt to me, and they can't tell an original story. All of it is, it's again, I feel that Star Trek and Star Wars are only about themselves. Like, Star Trek Strange New Worlds is only about the Star Trek franchise. They're not telling me any story. They're not telling me anything.
No, they're not.
And they're not. And all of these characters and all these, I don't believe any of them. And I don't believe any of their portrayals as much as the actors are trying. The actors are not bad. But they're being given and to be honest, I understand everybody wants to be inclusive and all that, but I mean, give me a fucking break. I mean, I'm like, the humanoid species has certain traits that are mostly, if you look at us, we're a binary species, and we are, and this is not. You look at the most of humanity in the history throughout we are a binary species. And I understand everyone needs to be represented. I get all that. I have no problem with that. But they've gone too far in this other direction. And I'm like, enough of your pandering to current political trends. I mean, you're in the future. So please show me, extrapolate for me where you think mankind is going to be in the 23rd century.
It's disappointing.
You bring up a very interesting point, Rob, and I agree. And this is coming from I want to say almost middle-aged black man with one foot out of the grave. I'm just using your terms.
All right.
I love using that. I love when you say that shit. It's so funny. But no, I think that when you're reaching too far to show representation, when you're reaching too far and you want to influence that on film, if it's like you're pushing that in people's faces way too much, instead of letting the story evolve, it's like you want to make a point. You want to make this point, and you don't think that us as viewers are going to notice that. Like, okay, first time you do it, okay, I get it. Second time, it's like, all right, come on, man, I get it. Third time, it's like, what the fuck? Like, literally, I just want to see the story. And the thing is, it's like, you don't know that when you're doing that, you are really damaging. You're damaging what people are really fighting for in general.
Yes,
They're fighting for that inclusivity, but they don't want it to be a point where it is just so painstakingly like one of those situations where people just start hating it. And then that culture gets, or that whatever's being represented gets attacked even more.
Yeah,
like you're basically putting a target on people's heads when you do that. It's like, let it go. Like, literally, we understand, we know it's out there, we know it's there, but in space, anything goes. So we don't really need to, like, right now, like just focus on a good narrative instead of always trying to make a point. It's just driving me nuts. Like literally, it is.
No, and the thing is, in the 23rd century and the 24th century, the time of the next generation, and even Discovery, which is now 1,000 years in the future, when they're actually directing, they're bringing up things that are going on today and using the same nomenclature and vernacular and like if someone's calling themselves non-binary 1,000 years in the future, I listen to this and I'm like, are you kidding? You're in a universe where you have interspecies marriages. Amanda Grayson, a human woman, married Sarek, a Vulcan, Spock's father. They're not even of the same planet. They're interspecies. And like, if that isn't inclusion, if that's not going further than you, and so in 1,000 years hence, when you have a non-binary character tell a gay character, I would prefer you use my proper pronouns. I'm like, you have shattered all reality, because in a universe, a spacefaring universe, no one is going to give a fuck about your sexuality or your pronouns or whatever, because you're living in a universe that is no longer, human beings would have had to evolve so far beyond worrying about that shit. Uhura says in the 3rd season of the original Star Trek episode, when Abraham Lincoln on the bridge of the Enterprise says to Lieutenant Uhura, says, "What a charming negress you are." And she looks, and Lincoln says, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?" And Uhura says, "In our time, we've learned not to fear words." And it's all right there. You've got the man who ended slavery talking to a strong black woman on the bridge of the Enterprise and using a word. And he's like, even though it's, it's an illusion, it's not really Lincoln, but still, when Uhura says this, when this happened in 1969, when the Savage Curtain was aired, this was a big deal. This was a black woman telling a white president, in our future, we've learned not to fear words. And yet, and this was in 1969 in a 3rd season episode. And everyone knows the 3rd season of Star Trek wasn't great. I've always liked the Savage Curtain because there's world building and lore in it. But now we're in 2022 and we have the most pandering writers that think that they have something viewer. I'm like, are you kidding me? Your experience as a white woman, you think you have anything to say to a black woman? What do you know of her experience? And I'm like, this is what they're saying. They're saying we're here to use Star Trek as a platform for our messaging. And I'm like, what messaging do you have to tell people that you will never understand their experience?
Like, what message do you, especially if the person you're telling a story that is in direct effect, it's the person who's living that story should be the person who, and if they're not, but what gives you, so I get it, bro. I just put it this way, inclusivity to me is just becoming a very tainted word, and this narrative is pushing is basically becoming tainted because now targets are literally being painted on people's backs because these corporations and these companies are rushing too much into trying to make a point when the point is already been made. It's been made, like you said, Rob. This was made years ago. This was made
1969.
years ago.
Well, look, I mean, you want to push inclusivity, get creators of color or to make their own shows. Like, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Jordan Peele comes up with Nope.
I can't wait for that movie.
I can't wait for it. And I'm like, I would rather see I don't care if, give me an Asian creator, give me a black creator, give me a Hindi creator. I don't, what I want to see from diversity is the stories that people haven't been able to tell. I want to see those. I don't want other white creators talking about how they want to be seen by black women in their creations. I'm like, fuck y'all. Who are you to even say that? Why not you give that black woman creator her story? Let her make a show so she can tell us her story. I don't need to hear her story filtered through your white ass, And I mean, It's like when I saw Spike Lee's School Days. I mean, no, She's Gotta Have It. I was like, I've never seen this story before, and that's the reason Spike Lee.
It's a
When I
fresh
saw that,
story.
I'm like, this is a brand new filmmaking voice. He tells, yeah, he was a dude making a story about a woman, but still, it was a culture
Yeah.
I hadn't seen before, and I'm like, this is really good. And that's
Yeah.
why Spike Lee became Spike Lee, because he made She's Gotta Have It.
Yeah.
And now we have all these creators that are jumping on, they're bandwagoning, like, let us tell you. I'm like, no, man. You know what? I want to see a trans person make a movie about being trans.
And be
That's
allowed
what I
to
want
do
to
it.
see. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's what I want to
Yeah.
see. Show me that movie. I will watch that movie. I do not want creators to tell me that, oh, let me show you. Like, I understand everyone wants to be politically correct and all that. Fuck that. Give people that have new stories to tell that we haven't heard. Let those creators tell their
the story.
stories. I don't need you to tell me. I mean, and I'm a lover of stories. Every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. All you have to do is listen. I say that every one of my shows. I end every show. And if you watch Let's Get Physical Media, Dieter Bastian says it in German. So that's how we end every show. And it's like, that's what we need. You know, that's what we have to have. And yet, you know, all these creators are pushing For All Mankind, one of my favorite shows on TV. That show does diversity right. It has a predominantly, this season, great female writing staff. Those scripts are great. You know, it's got diversity, people of color. You have a black woman who just landed on Mars. The first human being to land on Mars. I mean, she rescued the Soviet crew too. Strong black woman character that we've watched start from the beginning over 3 seasons, has earned her right to land on fucking Mars. What show is doing that kind of diversity? Star Trek isn't. Star Trek has tokenized their diversity. They're like wearing it as a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Whereas For All Mankind, co-created by Ron Moore, that show does diversity right because it tells great stories about people. And by the way, that woman, she is a mother, she's a wife, and an astronaut.
And it's an original script with an original idea.
Fuck yeah. And she fucking landed on Mars this week, and it was awesome. And you know what? When a Russian commie white dude said, "I'm gonna be the first person on Mars," she ran out and said, "Oh no, you're not." And in a spoiler alert, it was hilarious. They're walking down together, and she tackled him, so they made sure that she would not have this moment taken away. It was fucking awesome. I loved it. But it's like Star Trek is in the hands of people that are, except Terry Matalas, who's the showrunner of season 3 of Picard. He did it right, although no one's going to believe me, but he did it right.
We'll believe you. Isn't it out? It's out now, isn't it? Is 3 out now?
It doesn't come out until February of 2023.
Oh, okay.
I
thought it
can't,
was
you
coming
know,
out soon.
let's just say I might have some inside information about this. I can't say how or why, but that was real Star Trek, where he told me a great Star Trek. Well, his people, everybody. I can't say how much I know about or why I can say this, but everybody involved in Picard season 3, because Terry, under his deft show running, told us a great Star Trek story. That was it was a Star Trek greatest hit story. I've said in a way, Picard season 3 is the Top Gun Maverick of Star Trek, where you have venerable characters that have been around for a long time going through a great Star Trek story, and it's very, very satisfying. And what I don't like is, or what I do like, actually, there's so much great, whether it's Stranger Things or The Boys, there's all kinds of representation happening in these stories. And they don't call attention to themselves. They're not like, look at us. They just incorporate them, because in human beings, you know, I don't think, when I've got friends, I never think, Lael, I don't think about you like, oh, let me talk to my black friend Lael. I don't think that way. I think about you, I'm like, that dude has more Star Wars hot toys than me. That's the first thing that I think about. I'm like, I mean, I think of you as somebody who I've met on YouTube because of our shared love of imagination and action figures.
Exactly.
And we're streaming today. And you know, I don't think of you as like, oh, here's my, EDM loving, club going female friend. You know, I don't.
You could actually think of me that way, but that's okay.
Well, I think of that being a quality of yours. Absolutely.
Yes, of course.
Hey,
Of
hey, Rob,
course.
I can't wait. I'm gonna have some. Hopefully, I have some stories to come back and tell you once and I end up in London in April. Hopefully, I got some stories to tell you about her EDM experience.
Oh, well, look, I'm hoping to go there too, so maybe we can all be there.
Oh, come on, man, that'd be great. That'd
That
be
I mean,
great.
that would be. But that's the thing. I'm like, I've never thought of people that way. Like
Yeah,
in my entire life when I was growing up, I've never categorized people in that way. They're just my
yeah,
friends. And now
yeah,
we're being asked to put those terms before anything else.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
and
I love what Kill here just said. I was just looking at in the chat. He said forced representation is disrespectful to marginalized communities, and it is.
it
That's
is
the truth.
totally is.
That's
Um,
I totally agree. I agree.
by the way, Joseph
Well,
Michael
yes.
says, "Did you see a
Oh,
trailer for a new Disney animated feature called Strange World?" I have, and it's currently set for
I
release
loved
this
it.
Thanksgiving. It looks intriguing. He says it does look intriguing. It's a science. They've made a science fiction animated film about a alien world. Count me in.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like a modern
Mhm.
version of Fantastic Planet, maybe, or something like
Yeah,
that.
Mhm.
Amity
Mhm.
is a member of Imagination Connoisseur, and I think Gil was here. He had he's been a member for a long time.
Hey, Gil. Thank you for the
Um,
super sticker.
yeah, and Gil was here too, so thank you for that. And then S Beam, our friend S Beam, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for that, by the way. Hello to three great people. It sucks you don't like Thor as
Hey,
much as I did, but that's okay. Sent you an updated
yeah,
thumbnail for Musings. Go check my Multiverse of Madness on Instagram when you get the chance, Rob. Laugh out loud. Great Musings. No, I
Okay.
think it's a good show.
yeah.
Thanks, SBM. I will check that out. And then
Yeah, I definitely want to see
and
that
then
thumbnail.
Bright Mutant says, Rob, JD Lamette is a black woman. She is mixed race, half black on her mother's side. That is true. You're right. Okay, I should say that. She's the granddaughter of the great Lena Horne. All right,
Mm,
you're right. Okay, but I would still say that by using a man who fell to earth as a platform, you know, she should know better. She's got the best of all things.
mhm.
So, but and she is the great granddaughter of the great Lena Horne, by the way. And Lena Horne
Yes,
was
she
great.
is.
And Lena Horne, by the way, she could pass for whoever she wanted to be. Lena Horne was one of our greatest entertainers ever.
Of all
So,
time.
but
Yeah.
yes, I should have mentioned that yes, she is mixed race. But still, is that why she's writing her stories? I mean, I still think it's legit that she's, the man who fell to earth. When you're dealing with that, are you writing it so you're specifically speaking to one group of people? I mean, is that why you're writing? Isn't storytelling universal? Shouldn't great stories be for everyone? When I
Mhm.
watch an Akira Kurosawa movie, I never think to myself, wow, there's just too many Japanese people in this movie. Maybe does Kurosawa have anything to say to me
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'm a white dude from America? And I would say yes, because Kurosawa movies are eternal and they're for everybody.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um, so yeah. Um, but anyway,
Yeah.
back to the task at hand. We've sort of gotten
Yes.
sidetracked. So,
Well, we
the,
have The Boys to talk about too, Robert. That finale
Yeah.
just
let's
happened
have you
this
both
week.
seen it?
Yeah. I
I've
saw
seen
it.
it.
And
I watched it. I came home and watched it after
what did
I
you
was like, I
guys
needed a
think?
palate cleanse.
I
What
thought
did
it
you
was
think?
fantastic. I loved it. I,
Yeah.
I thought they did a
Yeah.
great job with with it, and I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was interesting what they decided to do. Not surprising though. Certainly a better finale than last season's season 2 finale. Um, and we are now in another realm, I guess, with the boys.
Yeah.
They purposely hid an action or a secret. So now looks like one of the superheroes is left the organization, is going on to possibly world domination or what country domination, whatever you want to call it. But I enjoyed it a lot. I thought that this season was their best season yet.
Yeah. I really enjoyed it.
I did too.
I felt as though it was an interesting choice with one of the characters. For people, I guess, I don't know if this is spoiler talk. I don't really want to,
It's okay.
let everyone. But just the choice that they took with one of the major characters in the film or in the show, like Black Noir, it
Oh,
was interesting because of what we know, and I guess they're taking a different direction with this character, which I guess is completely understandable. But besides that, it was a great finale. I loved it. I love where they're going with it now. And again, it's an example of a show that's taking certain modern time narratives but making it moving it into a story that makes sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem forceful. It just makes sense based on what we already know from the boys and the content that's given to us even from the books itself. It's a story, it's a show that they basically does, it takes itself serious,
mm-hmm.
but at the same time gives us a hint of those comedic anecdotes that we want in a tasteful way, in a way that it makes sense and it's not oversaturating at all. You know what I mean? And it actually allows us to connect and feel sympathy for certain characters. At times, like it was at one slither of a moment that I felt sympathy for Homelander, but then he
Mm-hmm.
fucked it up and I started hating him again. I was like, I can't stand this dude. I just cannot stand him. But that's me. I can't stand him in a good way. That what I mean. The character gets on my nerves, but I know he serves his purpose and he's doing it well. And how everything is, and even like I said, the butcher this season, I hated him. I couldn't stand him,
Right.
but it was just like, okay, it makes perfectly good sense. Even seeing his backstory, I just love that these characters are so fleshed out and we connect. It's not that you just connect to one character, it's like you connect to all of them
Yep.
because it's well written, and I love that.
I thought this season of this season of the show was brilliantly written, and everybody was
Yeah,
really well served.
yeah,
And
yeah,
it was again for all of the Sturm and Drang and the just the incredibly filthy and disgusting violence and sex, which I love. That's just seasoning. These are great, powerful characters that are really well written, and we come back to it. Sure, we like
yeah,
the irreverence, and I mean, if Stanley Kubrick made a show about superheroes, he probably would have made something like The Boys, and it would have had more
yeah,
redeeming humanity in it than the show does. People think Kubrick's a misanthrope, but he's really not. I It's incredible stuff, and
yeah.
that
It
climax
is.
and everything that happened, and the fact that look, Ryan, the end with Homelander and Ryan. I mean, Mordred. You now have a child that can probably be the most dangerous superhero who's now in the
Yeah,
thrall of a sociopath,
yeah,
psychopath, whatever, call him what you want. I mean, the way that I can't wait to see what's going to happen, because the thing with the boys is that the real stakes keep going up and up and up and up, and
yeah,
there's a real dire threat now. It's gotten
yeah.
even worse, and
Hmm.
it's fascinating. The characters are so well drawn.
What did you
Yeah,
think of Mother's Milk having that journey in the story where he started off pretty strong with a better relationship, let's say, with his ex wife, trying to maintain that relationship with his daughter, and then losing it while he gets into the thick of things, and then only to come full circle after he shares the truth with his daughter, saying, "You have a lot to be proud of. We've been fighting, corruption all this time, and that's the legacy that our family has."
I loved his story.
I did
I
too.
literally loved his story. I loved how they fleshed it out and they gave him more. They gave him more for us to really indulge, especially with his history, with his past. I love how that was actually woven in with, Soldier Boy's story. He was again facing that anger, facing that fear. It's given him PTSD all his life, dealing with that situation, the loss of his father. But I love, just I mean, you know what? It touched me in a way that dealing with my own, like, I mean, dealing with the relationship with my oldest, I had, when she was young, I chose to go off to Australia, to kind of pursue a career to make a better life for her. Coming back, it was, our relationship was strained, so I had to do everything I could do to make sure that we were on good terms again and everything was fixed. Now it's stronger than ever. And I see that in his, with this particular character, what he's gone through, trying to patch things up, become a better father, but at the same time dealing with his own issues and his own fear. And then on top of that, watching a daughter who's now raised by another individual who worships Homelander and those beliefs. And he's like, oh, hell no, we're not doing that. Oh, hell no. So I think his portrayal and his story was the most enticing to me, because I was like, you know what? You can see that and feel that struggle. But this season was so fucking good, man. Like, it was like every
So
part
good.
of it.
Yeah.
I was just like, wow. Like, in
Yeah.
the deep, man.
Yes. Yeah.
The deep,
Yep.
like, you know what, literally, Rob, I was watching this show and I was like, yo, literally, we need an iteration of you in this show, because I can imagine an iteration of you in this show and what the fuck you can get away with in this show.
Well, no, I mean, look, the deep, when he's trying to have his wife have
Yeah.
a threesome with an octopus, I'm like,
Yeah,
I can't
bro, like-
believe I'm watching this. I'm like, wow. I mean, what's really interesting is the
Yeah.
Boys is one transgressive show. Like, it is the stuff they get
Yeah.
away with, the stuff they go for. But you know what?
Yeah.
Though what I love about this show is, at the end of the day, you have these people fighting for humanity.
Yeah.
They're fighting for love. They're fighting for justice. It ultimately is a superhero show. And the superheroes are the amoral ones, but even people like Maeve, the way that when she was locked up, when Homelander said, no, I'm going to harvest your eggs.
Yeah.
Like, I had this image in my head that he's just going to take out her uterus, take out
Right.
her ovaries or whatever, and leave her. It was so horrifying to me.
They
Yeah.
probably did it already, but that's for another day.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
it was amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's incredible.
And another thing that I wanted to mention was in regards to Homelander. This was a very interesting season, at least for me, because Homelander's an irredeemable villain. He's not going to like turn to the good side. That's not happening with him. So he's committed to being a baddie. And for the first time in a long time, we saw him kind of say in one of the episodes that he didn't care what people thought about him, that he was just going to be the person that he is. And I thought that was very interesting.
He didn't have to be. Yeah, he'll burn the world down if that's what he's going to do.
He said that if they didn't allow him to be who he was, for real, that he would destroy the entire earth. And I thought to myself, this is exactly the type of villain we need. Someone who just tells you what they're going to do go ahead and try and, call his bluff. He will do it. Homelander will destroy the entire earth, and he'll be completely fine and happy. And he doesn't, but he also, there was another episode where he said, I don't feel the way that you guys are describing me. I don't care about these things that you guys care about. And I thought that was really important, because I hope that it allowed people, let's say on Earth, to understand that he isn't necessarily doing things for the greater good. So it might be one of the first steps for people to recognize, out of his own mouth, what he's saying. And it might have been the first time that he would even admit that he has flaws and that he's not, on the good side, so to speak. So I thought that was a very interesting point of view too. And then, of course, at that point, they were like, "Oh, you're the points, that you went up with a certain demographic increased." There's really this frustration with the vilification of men. At least that's how I looked at it. And, for so long, we've been seeing representations of men as if they're not valued. What they have to say is not important. And I really kind of found this touching, because he was like, what I have to say is important. It's true, he's a villain, but I think that it was important to see that level of expression, because we haven't seen it in any of these shows at all, about, men being vilified and saying that they're not worth as much. But we've been seeing it outside of the shows a lot. This is one of the first shows to kind of address this issue. And it's unfortunate that it's Homelander who's addressing it, but it still was addressed. And it was something that I liked very much, because, I felt it was important to say.
I have to say that there's a viewer, I don't know her, Janice Junipero, who says, "I know Rob thinks he is still a good person. bad folk never ever realize they've changed, but Rob, I swear to you, you are not. No longer anyhow. Now,
What?
yeah, and I'm like, so Janice, you know, you think I'm not a good person. I don't know. I don't
What?
necessarily think I'm a good person. Like, what does that mean? I'm not really sure about that. All I can
What?
say is I'm a truthful person. Like, what you see is what you get from me. I mean, I am
And
not
that's the way
trying
it's
to.
supposed
I'm
to
not
be.
trying to pretend I'm somebody that I'm not. And
Yeah.
I think that, look, we live. I will say this: I've had my interests my whole life. They have unwavered. They're unwavering in terms of I have been a connoisseur of stories, and I
Mhm.
believe that stories are the best way to convey human
Yeah.
truths to one another.
Yeah.
If we want to explain ourselves to people, to other people, if you
Mhm.
want to explain the human experience that we've had telling stories, whether you're telling a joke or telling your friend what happened to you yesterday, or you're writing a novel or making a movie, telling great stories are the best way to convey the experience of being a human being to other people. And the best stories are the most truthful stories. And we
Yeah.
know truth when we've seen it. You know, you
Yeah.
can feel it. The problem
Mhm.
is what has happened and what all these people now, whatever channel you watch or whatever, all of these stories that we loved, whether it's Star Wars or something, Star Wars came from the mind of one man and all of his
Yeah.
collaborators,
Yeah.
and now it's owned by a corporation that wants to
Yep.
continue telling those stories, but the stories themselves, the truthful nature of those stories, no longer are
Mm-mm.
important. What's more
Yeah.
important is how can we get more viewers for Disney Plus? What can we do with the theme parks? How can we sell the
Mhm.
and the problem with that is no truth, the truthful nature of stories, when you have the needs of a corporation first, the stories, the truthful nature of stories is compromised. And I think
Yeah.
whatever your YouTube channel is, you can talk about, oh, they peddle hate or whatever. I think all anybody's asking for, all of us as fans, anybody that's doing a YouTube channel talking about uh, Star Wars or Star Trek, we're all fans at some point. We all have a common
Yeah.
thing in that we love all of these stories. We love Star Trek, we love Star Wars. What we don't like is when the stories are subverted by outside forces, creators that are trying to use those stories to no longer tell the truth, but to
Yeah.
tell to throw us messages they think we need to hear. And my argument would be that great stories already have those messages built
Yeah.
into them. You don't have
Mhm.
to add a secret sauce of messaging into your story. Just tell
Yeah.
a great story.
Yeah.
That's it. And
That's it.
we grew up, we know what the good stories are because the good stories are self-evident. You
Yeah.
don't need my opinion to tell you, like people are like, oh, Rob, you're a gatekeeper. I'm like, look, I think people need to demand better. I think
Yeah.
people should demand excellence. If you're paying for something, your hard-earned money, and you're giving somebody your money to listen to the story they've decided to tell you, and if their story is compromised in whatever reason, you should
Yeah.
demand better from them.
You
You
got it
know, I
right
mean,
too.
you should. And you think an author, I mean, obviously everybody wants to get paid to do what they want to do. And if you're an author and you spend 3 years or 5 years or 10 years or however long writing a book, you'd like people to buy it and so you could have financial compensation so you can live. I mean, that's what all money does is represent work done. You know,
Yeah.
and you want
It does.
and that's what you want to do. You want to get paid for your work. I get
Mhm.
that. But the problem is now I think that when corporations are and I'm a fan of corporations. I'm a fan of big
Yeah.
business. Make some money, get paid.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
Yeah.
that? I love Disney. I love
Yeah.
Disney. But the problem is Disney is not interested in telling the best Star Wars story. They
Yeah.
want to tell a Star Wars story that gets them the most subscribers. And I would
Mhm.
say the problem with that is the irony is if you tell a great Star Wars story, you will get exactly what you want. You will get
Yeah.
you'll get characters to put in your theme parks, you'll get more subscribers. But Disney's trying to second guess the corporations like, well, we have to have these things in it. We have to have these things in it. We have to have these things in it. They're not thinking about, well, what makes a great Star Wars story? Well, where do we
Yeah.
look? There are two places to look for great Star Wars stories: Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. That's it.
Yeah.
Return of the
Hmm.
Jedi was designed to sell more toys because merchandising had become so important. Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, no one knew if Empire would work, so Irvin Kershner made the movie he wanted to make. Star Wars and Empire, and not the 97 special editions, the originals. Go
The
Hmm.
look at those
originals.
stories.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
go look at those stories. Those two movies, all Star Wars should come from those two movies. All of it.
Hmm.
You
Hmm.
know, everything else is compromised in some way, shape, or form. And
Yeah.
I think that we know, and we now live in a world where, look, I'm going to watch any Star Wars that gets made. I love Star Wars. I think the
Hmm.
Cassian, I think Andor is going to kick ass. I've heard
Yeah.
nothing but great things about Andor.
Yeah.
Just like Terry Metalis' Star Trek Picard season 3. Why do I love it so much? Because Terry Metalis, as a showrunner, was given carte blanche to do what he wanted. Now he worked with obviously a writing staff and all these people, but there is authorship of Star Wars
Hmm.
or Star Wars. Star Trek Picard season 3 has the authorship of a man at the top who wanted to tell a specific story and was able to control all the elements of it. And I
Hmm.
felt, from what I experienced of it, that it was of a piece and it
Yeah.
felt legitimate. And I have not felt, I look at Star Wars Strange New Worlds, Star Wars Discovery, Star Trek Picard season 1 and 2, it's all over the place. I don't feel
Hmm.
authorship. I think
Yeah.
Thor Love and Thunder suffered from the fact that for one time you have the sensibility of a director and the wants and needs of Marvel didn't
Hmm.
work. They did not gel the way they usually gel. And we
Yeah.
got a story that was more heavily, it was actually, it's more of Taika Waititi's movie than it is Marvel's MCU. And I think that was
Yeah.
problematic. I think it was
Yeah.
weighted too much more to what Taika wanted to do in his sensibility, and it didn't, because he had more power. He won an Oscar. He was given more carte blanche, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe works best when you have it's unique in Hollywood in that Marvel is the studio, and they are
Yeah.
controlling things, and it's that great balance that brings us the Marvel stuff that we love. And I think that
Yeah.
it was Thor: Love and Thunder was unbalanced.
Yeah. It
And
was. And
Bale
here's
is a Academy Award winning actor. I mean,
yeah.
he's well known. You know, I think the first movie I ever saw him in was, it might have been Empire of the Sun, I think. But
Yeah,
you know, he's given fantastic performances and can carry whole films on his own. So
Oh, definitely.
even before he
Definitely.
started doing, let's say, superhero style films, so you know, they underutilized his character. And you know, if they needed more time to give him a better story, they should have done that. Because
Yeah.
you know, that's the thing about this film, is that I didn't have that good feeling inside after I watched it,
no,
which I should have had. I didn't have that feeling, especially with Gardens of the Galaxy group being in there. Normally a Gardens of the Galaxy appearance makes me feel good, and I didn't have that connection that I would normally have with a film like that. So that was also very
Yeah.
disappointing.
Yeah. And then here's I read a story. I put the article up on my page today. Um with it was a conversation with both Taika Waititi and Chris Hemsworth. And Taika Waititi admittedly said that he made a Thor that he knew a lot of people would not like literally said that that Thor that he basically created was a Thor that a lot of people would not gravitate to. And I'm like, okay. And Chris Hemsworth saying that he was bored of, the direction that was being taken with Thor. So when a fresh new take of this character comes along, he gravitated to it and it actually gave him the excitement about playing that role. And I'm like, I get it. But this direction to me is just like a disservice to the character,
mm,
especially with everything that that character experienced. Pretty much, and what we've actually seen within the MCU, because he's lost a lot. You know what I mean? A lot was basically lost. I mean, even when I'm looking at, Jane Foster's, dealing with cancer, we don't, I'm guessing from the montage or the throwback that we got between her and her mother when she was young is to say that it was genetic. I guess that she would actually get cancer and it runs through her family. But in my thought was maybe she experienced that cancer in or actually developed or started to develop that cancer in Thor 2, when she was possessed by one of the stones itself. We know that it carries a heavy level of gamma radiation. It emits that, and that could have actually, but again, we knew nothing about what really, really, really caused it. Like, what was the cause and how she got to that point. These are missing things. And again, I'm just going to keep harping on the simple fact that if you know the story of Gore the God Butcher, if you know that story, there was a lot weighted there. He was called Gore the God Butcher
Yeah.
for a reason, and to the point where gods literally feared him because of what he carried and what he was able to do. And that sword wasn't something that you could easily destroy the way it was in this
No,
film.
the Necrosword's a huge deal.
It's a huge, huge deal in the comic books, man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, the way they did it, and to say that another god destroyed one of the characters of that necro sword, no, that was impossible. So I'm like, yeah, all right, I get it, but I get it for you want it serves your purpose for telling a story that you want to tell. But I just think that they got away from themselves and did Gore a disservice, even though Christian Bale, he portrayed that character so well. I mean, I loved
Mm.
his take on Gore the God Butcher, and just his role in general. I loved it, but it's like, yeah, you're not going a direction that I think that, or a lot of even viewers, even if you were just like if an average viewer, like, you would look at it and be like, well, that's kind of odd. Like, that's odd that we don't see enough of that between him and the gods, that banter between him and the gods, or the fear that they would have. So it's weird.
100%. And I totally agree with you. A very insightful comment. By the way, there's people in the chat that are like, the biggest influence on Rob now is a bunch of people who back Trump. Keep up. Rob is not who he once was. That's an odd thing to say, considering I am not at all. I have a vehement hatred of Donald Trump. He's the antithesis of everything that I hold dear. So that's
Where's
an
this
odd
stuff
thing.
coming from, man?
Well, I think
This
it's
is
because
odd.
there's a few people that are talking in the chat about how, like, this has come up a lot. Like, I'll freely admit, I stream with the Critical Drinker. I like the Critical Drinker. I've streamed with him. We talked about Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and I think the Critical Drinker he has a very keen grasp of storytelling. He does have a shtick, and he does have certain things that he leans into. But I think
Yeah.
that despite all of that, he is a very great. The way he analyzes stories is quite good. But it's so weird, and I really enjoyed my time streaming with Az. I would do it more. We can't do that, but it's a bizarre thing that lately people are trying to paint me as some Trump supporter, and then all of a sudden, like, but nobody ever talks about the fact that the person that I stream with most is John Campea. Like, I'm on his show every day. Do you not watch that? I mean, I don't know what to
Yeah.
say, but I have not changed. My position has not changed, nor has it changed
Wow.
in ever.
That's really
I mean,
weird.
I believe in wait, and then someone said, the same person saying, we don't want to hear, please, Rob and company, stop watching these things. You spoil it for so many. We know what is coming with you lot now. What are we
Right.
spoiling?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That
look,
is very strange comments and very strange behavior. And we hope whoever is writing this is all right and that they're not going through anything that's
Yeah,
too
that's
traumatic or,
really weird.
detrimental. And if they need help, they need to reach out to somebody. Please reach out to someone if they need to talk further. If they need, sometimes people put comments in these chats and they're just expressing frustrations, and we understand that.
yeah, I mean,
But a lot of what's being said is not true.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
Just to
weird.
say, make a
I think
point.
we're having a really great substantive conversation. That's
Yeah.
why I love these shows, because we're
Yeah.
delving into these things and what they all mean. But
Yes.
Lael, I thought your
Marlon.
analysis of the idea of, in this movie, what the God Butcher, what Gore wanted, why he felt the way he felt. These are
Yeah.
really interesting ideas that were, I thought, glossed over. And like
Yeah.
you said, I mean, the whole idea of what do gods mean. And one of the things we
Yeah.
talked about earlier, the cosmology of the Marvel universe. We've seen in Moon Knight, the Egyptian gods are out there. Amet and Khonshu are out there. The Celestials are out there.
Yeah.
The Asgardians are out there. We've now seen Zeus and the
Yeah.
gods of Olympus and all this. And like in the Sandman, which I can't wait for because it's my favorite comic of all time.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
the pantheon of gods also play a large part in those stories. And even in Sandman, there's one God, the biblical God of that presides over all. And
Yeah.
what I'm curious about with all of this stuff is I was a little disappointed. Again, we don't get the cosmology of the Marvel universe in terms of, well, like you said, we see one God being killed, but if he had cut a swath through all of these gods and you had like the remainder of the pantheons of gods dealing with the aftermath of, oh my God,
Yeah.
these people have been assassinated, these gods have been assassinated. What does that mean? And what does that
Yeah.
mean to the believers? And what do the gods do when they are destroyed, but their believers are still looking to them for hope? And I mean, they could have done so much more with this story.
My
Well,
my
And
daughter, it was
was
crazy.
it
I'm sorry, real quick though. My daughter was watching it, and she said it would have been so much better if there were a trail of breadcrumbs left for Thor to follow. If basically, Gore butchering these gods was a trail that Gore wanted Thor to follow. You know what I mean? Or wanted others to follow to lead them into a trap as well. Like if we would have saw something like that, it would have made for great storytelling. And she
yeah,
didn't get that connectivity at all. And it was weird. It's crazy.
was it
Malas,
true?
oh,
Oh,
says so many Marvel Watiti apologists.
was it true that Zeus would not help Thor, knowing what was at stake for the other gods? Do you think that rang true, or do you think he would have helped?
I don't I
That's I wish the movie delved into that.
they
Hmm.
didn't.
I would like to have seen more of that. Um,
Yeah.
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, I would like to have seen that absolutely. I wish we got more of that. And the thing is, this movie had all of these really interesting ideas in it. There was
Hmm.
all this really interesting stuff that could have been a very compelling. If they had leaned off the silly and paid more attention to the really compelling ideas behind the movie, because the movie was full of compelling ideas, but it
Hmm.
glossed over them, and it was so goofy.
Well,
And
I knew it was
yeah.
in trouble at the beginning of the film when Jane is unwell, and the other girl is speaking to her, saying, "Well, you have stage 4 cancer." And Jane, and I'm not saying the exact words, but Jane says, "Stage 4, what does that mean?" And I thought to myself, Jane is a research scientist.
Yeah,
She knows what
Yeah.
stage 4 cancer is. Is this a joke? Is she joking about saying, "What's that?" Or was she saying it seriously? And I couldn't tell whether she meant it as a joke or serious. And I was like, there's a problem here, that I myself couldn't just tell whether she was joking about it or whether she was honestly asking the question. It was very confusing.
Yeah.
yeah, I
It
know, I
was.
agree. Darth Plato sends in a tip and says your complaint about the Thor movie is vivid. This is what happens when deconstruction and relativism overwhelms the material. Heroes and champions are reduced to comedians. Schindler, Martin Luther King, Lincoln, Thor. They're all just comedians now, and I reject this. He goes on to
Yeah.
say, the blip would have been the most important and impactful event in human history. For an event that momentous, you think it would be better named.
Yeah.
You know what? I think you're right. And, I've really liked to see, like in WandaVision, how the blip was dealt with. I liked in Black Widow seeing what happened with Yelena. And you got a lot of that in Endgame, like when Ant-Man comes back and meets his daughter. I mean, I feel like these momentous events are now kind of brushed under the rug, and they're
Yeah.
even Doctor Strange. He comments, "I was blipped. I went away for 5 years, and the girl I loved found someone else and got married." I mean, how would that be for people? And I think the problem is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, again, I keep saying it, has not dealt with their human component. You
Yeah.
know, the world we lived in has changed, and in the first examples of Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor, when it began, real people were a part of those stories. You know, all the characters had real human friends, whether it was Pepper Potts, whether it was Bucky, whether it was Thor meeting Jane Foster and coming to Earth. He even had the Warriors 3 as friends of his, and I mean Lady Sif's in this movie, but it's like,
And you wrote real quick. Now that you're talking about that, because I agree with one person said in the chat. I am a fan. I am a super duper fan of what is her? I think her name is Jamie Alex. What is her name?
mm-hmm.
The actress who plays it, Jamie Alexander.
Yep.
I love her, bro. I literally love that woman. She is phenomenal. Something about her I love, and I love the character Lady Sif. They did her a complete fucking disservice in this film, and that was one of the things that I hated the most is they did her dirty. You bringing a character into this, come on, man, like she deserves more. She deserves better, bro, and she didn't get the screen time that she deserved. And come on, man, like come. That pissed me off. That was one of the things that pissed me off the most. So yes, I agree. She was very disrespected in this film. Continue, Rob. I'm sorry.
What did you guys think about the part where, and I guess it is kind of a spoiler, but what did you guys think of the part where Thor goes to rescue the children, and he tells them to pick up weapons, and he essentially gives them the power of Thor for one day? I mean, I didn't even know that was going to happen in this film, and I kind of liked the idea of it. I thought it was exciting, and I also thought that a lot of children would like it. But on the downside, I thought to myself, how are children going to be watching this film when the same man who's giving them the power was completely nude in the first half of the film? Like, it was not appropriate. So I wondered, like it confused me in the sense, because clearly that part where the children get this power is geared towards kids being excited about Thor, right?
Right. Yeah. No, that's interesting. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I hadn't really considered that. Yeah, again, I just feel that this film didn't live up to the story that it was telling. And all this other stuff was, it felt over. This film to me was the definition of overstuffed. It had all of this stuff, and it didn't. It had a really compelling. I mean, Gore the God Butcher alone, Jane Foster dying of cancer, and Thor himself looking for redemption, trying to come back to the place where he was before, or even the place he'd never been ever, was enough. And that could have been very, very compelling, but it was so chock-a-block full of the jokes and the silliness and all this that it ultimately undermined its own story. And it was kind of a bummer. By the way, Kevin Wellborn says, "Good on me, good on you, Rob. You have common sense." Look, I mean, I don't necessarily think I don't know if I have common sense as much as I do. I'm a student of storytelling. That's what I've spent my life in service of, and that's what I've studied. Just because I love all kinds of stories, whether somebody was telling me a story around a campfire at summer camp, or I was listening to a radio show like the CBS Radio Mystery Theater, or watching movies or reading books. I mean, I think storytelling is one of the great human art forms.
You're a guy who enjoys storytelling who happens to be smooth as fuck.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. But no, I appreciate that. But I think the funny thing is about all of us, we all love stories. Whether you're a Dungeons and Dragons fan, why do people love Dungeons and Dragons? Because you're creating a story in real time right in front of your face with your friends. You're literally forging a story. If you have a great DM and you've got a really great team of people that understand Dungeons and Dragons, you guys are making up a story in real time right in front of you. How much fun is that? And I think that Six Scale Mafia, my man Six Scale Mafia is here. He says,
"Hey, Anthony,
you can learn from." I know, and he's hooked me up with my Star Trek figures. You can learn from everyone. You should always approach and engage in dialogue with people that think completely differently than you. Some of the most fascinating people I've met are opposites of me. that
Yeah.
story of my life. I mean, that is
Yeah.
exactly what I love the most. I love meeting people I've never met before, talking to people I don't
Yeah.
know, and hearing their
Yeah.
point of view. You know, and that someone says,
Definitely.
I'm a Trump supporter. That's like the antithesis of what, I mean, look, I don't know Donald Trump. The reason I am not a Trump supporter is he comes off to me as a deeply unintelligent human being. That I've never seen him at all be interested in expanding his horizons. I've never seen him say anything of an inquisitive nature ever. You know, I would love to see. He was the president of the United States who represents all of us. So for 4 years, he represented me too. And not to be political, but I want my leader. I want to know that he has, or she has, or they have an inquisitive nature about the world
Yeah.
that we live in. Somebody who is an explorer, who is trying to figure out the world around us, the people that they represent, all of that. That's what I want from people. That's what I want from my friends, and that's what I want from my leaders. I want somebody that is inquisitive and is inherently interested in the possibilities of the world around them. I felt I did not get that from Donald Trump. I don't think that he's a very smart man. Whether you like him or not, that's fine. But for me personally, I don't think Donald Trump has ever fucking read a book in his life. And you know what? I'd love to have a list. Tell me, Donald, what are your 10 favorite movies? I want to know. No, and I mean that. I don't mean to be flippant, but I'm like, your 10 favorite movies would tell me more about you than I know right now. And that's what I want to get from someone like Donald Trump. And I think what's interesting is by saying you don't like somebody, you create a division immediately. I can tell you why I don't like Donald Trump as a politician or a president, because I don't feel that Donald Trump speaks pretty much for anyone other than Donald Trump. I saw no evidence of that. I saw no evidence of a leader that wants to get up and learn about the people that he represents.
But if there are fans here who are part of the PGS and they are Trump supporters, we certainly do welcome your views and opinions, because this is a safe place for
100%.
everyone. So
100%.
It's a safe zone for it. Here's the thing: is like, again, I'm you know, I've made this, I'm vocal about it, that I have zero faith in a two-party system at the moment. I don't. I have zero
Right.
faith in a two-party system. I have now for a while. But that's just my opinions. But regardless of that, even on my channel, I mean, if you're on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, if you're on my channel, you're welcome. Whatever side you choose,
Yep.
you are welcome, and we want you to basically feel welcome. But at the same time, just, if as welcome as you are, don't create, or don't come into this space creating divisiveness.
Yeah.
That's all we're actually saying. Like, don't do that. Just feel welcome, share your opinions, but don't create animosity amongst others. And it's, again, and to call somebody out and to point fingers, I mean, that's just not hot. It's just really, really not.
No, and you know what's really interesting is there's a lot of people that have different backgrounds from me that have legitimate reasons to like Donald Trump. And I've heard that, and I'm like, okay, I've had it explained to me, and I'm like, I get it. Now I understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree with you. I completely understand why you support Donald Trump as president. And if you really look into his entire presidency, there's things that Donald Trump did that I think are actually pretty good. And it's not all if you are a fan of storytelling, you understand nuance, and you understand that there is a spectrum of ideas. Nothing is either this or that. It's all it's a continuum. And I have never been like, I hate this person. I don't believe that. I mean, in Apocalypse Now, Dennis Hopper says, you either love somebody or you hate them. I don't believe that. I think that there's an entire spectrum of things about people, and everybody's different, and everybody has different ideas. And that's why we live in the society that we live in. And I think it's, if you say, well, because I've heard people say, I hate everybody who supports Donald Trump. I'm like, that's not fair. It's not fair to say that, because
Yeah.
you're
Nah.
dismissing a whole group of people. He was elected president of the United States. So we live in a country where people elected him president. And for you, it does no good to say to anybody that, oh, I hate this person, I hate your politics, I'm not going to talk to you. I have lots of friends who I don't agree with politically. But you know what? I still like them. And I like the fact that they can defend their positions to me. I might not agree with them, but if they can tell me and explain to me why they believe what they believe, even if I don't agree with them, I'm like, you know what? I concede that you have thought about this, you understand this, and you can explain your position to me. That is something I value, even if I disagree.
Yeah.
But if somebody can explain to me in a rational, calm way and say, Rob, here's what I believe in, and this is why, and they can lay it all out for me, I'm like, I will grant them that. I'm like, thank you.
Now,
That's the world I want to live in. I want
I
people
wanted
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I wanted to ask both of you about Heimdall and Axie, but before we get to that, we got a rather generous super chat from Martino.
I know, my man Martino Simoni, who is the patron saint of this channel. Martino is also the creator of Play Trek. He's taken the idea of the Scale Wars and turned it into a series of Playmobil movies that star the Playmobil Enterprise characters. Martino also facilitated me getting the Playmobil A-Team van. He sent me the Playmobil Knight Rider kit car, and he also sent me, or he made sure that I was able to get the Goldfinger Aston Martin DB5. And by the way, the Playmobil Enterprise, I just haven't done it, is going to be hanging. You'll probably be able to see it right over here, but it's going to be hanging from the ceiling soon. So Martino, you sent me a very generous super chat. You're a very great man. Thank you for all the support you give me. But I'm going to say I'm like, you know what? Where's the next episode of Play Trek? Because the next episode of Play Trek is going to be the most epic. It looks like we got some Star Wars going on there. I mean, his Play Trek episodes are amazing. And I'm still waiting for my dialogue. Dieter and I are waiting. We're supposed to record audio dialogue. We're waiting. He says I'm going to play Don Johnson, who, of course, famously was Sonny Burnett. His drug-dealing alter ego in Miami Vice was Sonny Burnett. And I'm very happy. I love Miami Vice. I love Don Johnson. I'm waiting for my dialogue, Martino. So
Martino, thank you so much for the generous super chat. That's so generous.
That is very nice of you. Thank you so much.
And Robert and Lael, I do have to ask this question because of Heimdall. And as I mentioned before, a character who I would have loved to have seen more in the series. And of course, the figure that they made, or I think it was a third-party figure.
It was.
Where you couldn't remove the helmet. That one.
It's still a great figure, though.
It is still a great figure, Robert, but I still want to be able to see Idris's beautiful face. But what did you think about Axie, this character that I guess had been mentioned before, but now we saw this young character and he was kind of a featured character. What do you guys think about that character, and what do you think the future is going to be for Axie?
Okay, so I want to meet this. I'm gonna meet this with like kind of a mixed type of bag here. I think that it's fine that we get a chance to see a glimpse of his son, of Heimdall's son, who changed his name from Axie to Axel because he loves Axl Rose. I get that. The problem is, again, it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. It came out of nowhere without any explanation. We didn't through any film that we've actually seen, even from Thor, all the way up to Ragnarok, all the way up to Infinity War. There was no mention of Heimdall and his family. That's the problem.
Yep.
There was no mention of that. Even on Ragnarok, you would have thought that would have been the first thing he would have actually done was save his family. You know what I mean? Was basically we see him with his family. We didn't see any of that.
The
It was
Asgardian ship
shoehorned
at the
in.
beginning of Infinity War.
Yeah.
They could have had
Yeah,
something.
his family would have been there, and it was no mention of that at all. It came out of nowhere. So that's why, and I say this, even though it was, it has, I guess, some relevance to Taika Waititi and why he basically, put that in his film. It has no relevance to me. It might have relevance to everybody else, but it actually made no sense considering the simple fact that we got zero history of that character. You're just bringing this in here. I mean, again, like even with Gore the God Butcher and his daughter at the very end, and I'm sorry, people, that made absolutely no sense to me. Like that's the thing. Now you have, again, Rob, you can go on. You can talk now.
No, but I'm no, but you're absolutely right. I mean that's the frustration with the MCU. I mean, you've got this long continuum, and adding relatives or children. Like I can see, like one of the themes, like one of the things Tom Jr. Jackson said is that that one of his super chats. And by the way, Baruz, I know we have your super chat. I'm going to find it. Is about family, and legacy and trauma and all the things about. The problem is when you just make up, it's like, okay, you're going to have a child now. First of all, that's cheap because everyone loves kids, and we're going to immediately, oh, there's a child involved. And are we leading up? Is this another member of the Young Avengers that they're throwing out to us? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. But like you said, we don't know this person. And then not only do we not know this person, but Heimdall has a legacy. He's a legacy character in this universe, and we knew nothing about him. Nothing but, I mean, if you've got a son, then you've got a wife, or you've got a mother, and then you've got your grandparents, and you've got all. Why do we not know anything about this? And so and this is what bothers me, when they add a character like that, it feels cheap. It feels unearned, and you're like, oh, you're just now going to play on my heartstrings and expect me to buy this when you haven't set it up properly.
Yeah.
And that's what I hate. That's not good storytelling.
No, it's not. And that's the thing is like, and another thing, and I'm mind you, I understand that the MCU is not, they're not taking a direction from source material. I get that. Yep. I say that because again, I do want to stress that I understand that they're not taking from source material, because if they did, Lady Sith would not be treated the way she's treated right now and has been in the MCU. Because if you know this, Heimdall is the brother of Lady Sith.
Yep.
In the books.
Yeah.
That's her brother.
Yep.
Okay. So with that basically being said, there's a family attachment there. A very important family attachment that's being played out even right now, especially with her power set. But again, Heimdall being as an important character as he is, I really don't think he's been treated well in the MCU at all. You know what I mean? At all. So to basically now say, okay, we're going to give him a son. Like, what the hell? Like, now you're shitting on the character even more because you just completely no backstory. There's nothing that we know about this character. Like, there's nothing that we knew about his family, his wife, anything. We knew nothing about this in the MCU, and then they just decide that they want to bring that in, and we're supposed to feel okay about that shit? Hell no. Hell no. Don't do that.
Stubble McShave sends in a tip and says, in order for us to buy into the fantastical elements, they need to ground the story in our reality. They were far off what feels real to us in both tone and events. They need to have that foundation in tone and the world to make us believe. I totally agree with that, and this is a perfect example. Heimdall, we've gotten to know him a little bit. Everyone loves Idris Elba, but like you're saying, we know what it's like to have, or even if for those of us who don't have kids, we still understand what it's like to be a parent. And if you're going to introduce a child, you have to have already introduced the idea that this character even is. There's not even a whiff in the Marvel Cinematic Universe that Heimdall was a father. You have not any inkling of this. And so when it's introduced, it doesn't feel legitimate. It doesn't feel real. It feels cheap,
Yeah.
and it feels and that's what I can't stand.
Yeah.
Um, I hate it. Stubble goes on to
Yeah.
say, "God bless you, Stubble. I wonder if modern Star Trek can do a season that doesn't reference old Trek in some way and subverts
No.
elements of it." I don't think so. I mean, look, one of the things I love about Star Trek Picard season 3 is it feels like it's a continuation, feels like it's the next generation 30 years later, which is what we all hope for the show. And it
Mm-hmm.
feels legitimate and all earned, at least the stories do. And I think that's the problem I have with Strange New Worlds. It's a show that leans so heavily into TOS for everything. Their characters are from TOS. Their storylines all referred to TOS. I'm like, why would you do that? Why not tell me
Mm-hmm.
new stories? Even Captain Pike, they did Balance of Terror, but they didn't do a lot of it. They changed it around. They made the relationship between the Romulan commander and his Centurion different. They made him a douche. They didn't deal with the married couple. One of them dies, and they didn't do a lot of all of that stuff. And again, I don't understand why the writing that we're getting, same way with Thor, why do they, it's such a cheap, easy shortcut to be, well, he's got a kid. Well,
Mm,
that's, to me, that's cheap, and that's not good writing. It
yeah.
doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't work.
It
You know.
doesn't. It doesn't. It
Mhm.
doesn't work at all. I mean, because now you're just again, um, it's service, or I guess here's the thing. We know that Taika Waititi loves children. We know that he
Hmm.
he has he caters a lot to children, and I love that about him. Is that his life? And again, I don't want people to think that I hate this individual because of this particular film, because it was a bad choice. Literally, it was bad. I mean, this is everybody has their day, and I guess this was his day when it came to this film. We know that, but the way it was done, like even with the children being where they were, what do they call that, the unknown region, the unknown realm, or the
Yeah.
unknown space, whatever. There was no sense of there was no sense of struggle or fear in those children being somewhere completely out of their element. There was no fear. I didn't sense any level of fear. Like, it was just like, you know what it looked like to me? It was like a bunch of kids in a tent being told a story.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like to me. A
Well, it
bunch of kids
was.
in a
I mean, they
tent
literally
being
did
told
that.
a horror story and then saying, "Oh, go take a nap. I'll be there to save you soon. Don't worry about it. You're safe." Because that's what it looked like. There was no fear. There was no malnourishment. There were none of those children basically saying, "We're hungry, we're thirsty." None of that. Like, there was nothing to indicate that there was any type of struggle or any type of fear or anything or disconnect. There was nothing. Even when they were talking to Gore, even when Gore was talking to him, again, it was just like a campfire story. Like, he's basically just striking that fear, and they're just like reacting off of what he's saying. And then that's it. Come on, man. Like, you can't look, the bottom line is, Rob, you alluded to something in the very beginning. You asked this question and I didn't answer it. I'm going to answer that question now because I'm going to just tie it and wrap it right around to that question.
All right.
I am not getting that hot toy. No, I'm not getting that Thor hot toy.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
I am not doing it. I'm not. It's just me. I am not doing it at all. And it's not, first of all, I kind of questioned it with the film. And we already know now, because if you see that hot toy, they said that there's a secret accessory that comes with it. We know what that accessory is now. It is the Thunderbolt of Zeus. I
Right.
bet you any amount of
Sure.
money, that's what it's going to basically be. Now, again, I just can't. I can't do it. Like, I really can't. If they give us a Valkyrie and they give us a Mighty Thor, yeah, I'll get it. I'll possibly get those.
Yep.
But this Thor figure, I am not getting. I am not.
Gilbert
So that,
Softball.
I say that to wrap it around to that. I'm just not doing it. Because again, you've taken a character that I've loved all my life, bro. Like, literally, you've taken a character and you have completely made him a bumbling anecdote. And I
Right.
hate the simple fact that they've done that, bro. I really, really, really do.
Mhm.
I really do.
Gilbert.
And it's a
I
disservice.
I saw the figure that you're talking about, Lael, and I preferred Thor in the leather, like that brown leather
Yeah. Yeah.
outfit better. I don't know why, but it just feels different to me than that shiny. It's colorful, like it looks cool, but the leather one feels more worn in, and I don't know why. Just like I prefer that outfit, so I wouldn't get this figure either, only because I don't like that blue and gold, and I don't like
Mhm.
that outfit on him. I think he looks better in the leather.
I
Yeah.
agree. By the way, here's Gilbert.
Hi, Gilbert.
Gilbert the
Hi,
Gilberian from the planet Gilbar.
Gilbert.
He is a Bernedoodle. He is 25% Bernese Mountain Dog and 75% Poodle. And I
Yeah.
sometimes give him Haribo gummy bears because he's not many, but some.
So you guys were not surprised what Jane did at the end of the film, let's say.
What she did at the end of the film?
Yes, in other words, what her decision, let's say her decision at the end of the film to not stay in the hospital, let's say. I'm not going to go too deep into it. And the purpose of that was so that she would go into another realm. Is that why they did it in this manner?
I mean,
She's not, in other words, I don't think that she's gone in that sense.
But see,
because
the thing is, but don't you think she has to be? Because I mean, the whole idea of I really like the poignant nature of the fact that she was stage 4 terminal cancer,
and that there would be loss, and that that would be something that Thor would have to experience, maybe in his life, the love of his life. Which I agree with you, Lael. I wasn't convinced that they had a relationship, but it didn't have the passion that we could have seen.
Yeah.
Like, for example, we've seen in many films when a couple is reunited or they see each other for the first time in years, they do like a flashback where they're like in an intimate scene. Of course, it was during a battle scene, but it would have been nice to kind of seen them at happier times and kind of have that remembrance to bring you back to what they had. But we also didn't get that as well. So when there is the kiss at the end, it doesn't feel like it was based on anything, that's also kind of empty. But I thought the reason why that she made the decision, of course she wants to help Thor, but the idea of her dying in that location meant that she would be carried on to another realm. I don't know if it's true or not, but I have a feeling.
See, the thing is, it's like the story of Valhalla, or well, you could say that, but I mean, it's the story. I mean, thing is, like, in order for her to enter wherever, is that she has to it's die a sort of like a violent death, or like one of those situations where you die in war at the hands of whatever, like you're that's, I guess, the storyline. But I mean, we knew that decision, and it was I kind of felt that that's the decision that was going to have to be made with that character. We kind of knew that's where it was going. They were setting it up that way, so they kind of let us know earlier on. And again, is like, like when you're talking about her relationship with Thor, I think really his more. Here's how I saw it. Like, he had more of an intimate and connective relationship with Mjolnir.
But you're not. I mean, that's funny, but you're not wrong. I mean, one of the things about Jane Foster is like she was in 2 movies, but we didn't see like it seems funny to say, but like we never saw their relationship really.
Yeah.
Like
No,
what were
we
they?
didn't.
And like, did they go on a dates? Did they go to get Italian dinners together? Like, what was it? We don't know anything about. I mean, it seems funny, but we don't know anything about them. By the way, Ma La sends in a super chat and says Portman was 100% enhanced with CGI. That doesn't bother me. I mean, Natalie Portman doesn't even have the physique where she could. I mean, she's relatively wispy thin. I mean, she's never going to be able to look beefy and like. They also, Asgard isn't real, and neither is the realm where all the gods live. I mean, it's all CG, so it doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
there was
bother
even a
me.
certain scene in the film where I don't know if it was I guess it was the CGI and the makeup alone that kind of made both of them look fake at one point.
Yeah,
like
there was.
It was just it was a certain scene that, like, when they were talking and they had this conversation, it was like, yo, it was too, it was either bright or they just added too much makeup. I don't know what it was,
Yeah.
but it looked really fake at that point. And I don't know if it was a great choice. I mean, I guess that's what they chose to do. But I mean, the thing is, it's like, yo, it's hard for me, Rob. All right, the way you feel about Star Trek, bro, right now, is how I am about this film. Like, literally,
Hmm.
Rob, I'm telling you, Toya had to hold my hand and calm me down the entire time that we were watching this film,
Oh,
because I was so annoyed and angry. And here's the thing: is like, people were making so many excuses. Well, you have to understand that Disney or these films and Marvel and stuff like that, these were written for kids. No, the fuck they weren't, man. And
no.
if you make that excuse, if anybody keeps saying that shit to me, I'm telling you, man, it just turns me off. And literally, are you gonna, okay, so let me give you an example how this shit wasn't made for kids. Went to go see Infinity War, okay? Went to go see Infinity War. First night, there were parents who brought their children there, parents who were Spider-Man fans, and no, kids that were Spider-Man fans
Mm.
who wore Spider-Man costumes to the viewing.
Oh.
By the end of that movie, when Spider-Man got dusted, that was traumatizing to these fucking kids.
Oh yeah.
They left that movie theater crying and I mean, literally, that was PTSD for a child who loved Spider-Man. So tell me that Marvel wrote that film for a kid.
Well, and how about the beginning when Loki gets his throat crushed by Thanos?
Correct.
I mean,
Correct,
I mean,
bro.
these films are written for everybody. They're written for the child in all of us.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, I and people are always throwing out like Alan Moore, who I love, but his essays about how, well, these are all, you know, written for 12-year-old boys and their power fantasies. But look, a great story is written for everybody. Star Wars is for the child in all of us. But it's still, even as an adult, I watch Star Wars. It still tells a relevant story. You know, look, I watch Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel is not directed at a middle-aged man such as myself.
No.
However, I can recognize the story. I mean, the story of Kamala Khan and her parents and family. It's a good story. I don't know where they're going to go. I thought we'll see if it's a misstep the end of episode 5, but I think that show has done a great job showing us an immigrant
I love
family
that
that
show.
truly loves each other, you know, and
Yeah.
it is a joyous show. The characters are great. It's
Yeah.
hysterical. You know, if I could have chipped Kamala, I would have, you know, it's funny. It's got great humor and it's universal. Great stories transcend age. They transcend gender. They transcend international boundaries. Great stories are great stories. I was a little disappointed in the ending of episode 5, and I can't believe there's
Yeah.
only one episode left. We'll see what happens. But you know, I can watch a
Yeah.
story like Miss Marvel and I can enjoy it because it's a
Yeah.
well told tale.
It's been a well told tale,
And I
and I
also
loved
think
everything
that,
about it. Yeah.
you know, kind of commenting on both of what both of oh goodness, what both of you have said. In regards to Miss Marvel, I think in regards to the trailer that we saw, we got exactly what was promised in the trailer. So we weren't surprised, you know, let's say more or less. At least I wasn't surprised by what I've
Yeah.
seen so far with Miss Marvel, and I'm happy with what they've done. But I felt like the trailer, especially the part with Jane and with Thor, the trailer almost implied that she didn't give a shit that she hadn't seen him for 8 years. You know, like it was very, he was
Yeah.
like, we haven't seen each other for a while. And she's like, what is it, like 3 years? And he's like, 8, you know, like it was almost like she didn't care. And that's not the case at all. In fact, it was
Nah.
quite the opposite.
Yeah.
But the trailer gave the impression that she didn't give a shit. And I think it's very interesting to push a trailer that gives these impressions to the viewer that they're going to get something that's very different from what, you
What we
know,
get in the
is
film.
implied in the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, why would they try to make it seem like it was not important to her? Of course it was important to her. We saw that she was like, gee, it's been so long. I really miss him. I really wish I was with him now. My goodness gracious. You could not tell that from the trailer. And it should have been like, wow, you know, they're star-crossed lovers or seeing each other that when you see someone you had a relationship and you haven't seen him in a long time, and then you see him and you know what happens. It's like you're like, whoa, oh my gosh, like sometimes your heart skips a beat. That's what we should have felt, or at least seen between the two of them, even though they were on a battlefield. But you know what I mean.
We did feel that, just not with her. It was with Milner.
No, I mean,
yes.
I think you're not wrong. I mean, this is also an interesting point. Norwegian Kryptonian writes in and says that scene with Thor makes everyone Thor. It opens a can of worms, in my opinion, because that would be really helpful in, say, the battle against Thanos. And you're not wrong. I mean, I don't think you're wrong about that, and I think that's quite an interesting. And the thing is, if people can be imbued with the power of Thor, why haven't we seen that before? What about in the Battle of Wakanda at the end of when Thor shows up with Stormbreaker and Mjolnir? Why doesn't he just give the entire army the power of Thor, at least to fight off Thanos' minions? I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Glenn Mark, who's been a member of the channel, he's a PGS hero. He says, "Hi, Rob and company. Since Eternals 2 was scratched from your John Campea top 10 anticipation list, well, it wasn't scratched. It just hasn't been officially announced. Does Ant-Man 3 come on your list at one or another project?" Well, I mean, look, here's my thing about the MCU. Every time like this, I have to say that this movie diminished my anticipation of all Marvel projects moving forward. In a way, I'm still going to enjoy them, but look, I am really curious about Wakanda Forever. I thought for sure we'd get a trailer for it in front of Thor. I'm really curious. I find that Wakanda as a nation, and forget how they're going to deal with T'Challa's absence, because I'm a huge Chad Boseman fan, and that man was a warrior, and I think they're taking the right tack by not just recasting that actor, because that would have been weird. But from as far as the Marvel Cinematic Universe goes, Wakanda has just revealed itself to the world. It's opened embassies around the world. It has amazing technology. I am really curious to see what Wakanda's revelation of themselves has done again. What does Wakanda's existence do to the rest of the world? Basically, there's a lot of people who are going to be like, these motherfuckers have been hiding themselves for a long time. There's going to be people that don't like that. Should we trust them?
Especially if they feel as though they have technology that could actually have saved the world on numerous occasions.
Where were you during World War II? Where were you when they dropped the bomb on Japan?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, from a different perspective, though, you're looking at Wakanda like, well, we feel as though we have to protect our people because you won't.
Yeah, and that's an interesting story. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of that, because there's always been the idea of colonization that's gone into the story.
Yeah.
They did bring that up. I mean, certainly Killmonger had legitimate gripes. I mean, he was a straight up murderer. He murdered people.
Yeah.
So but when he was bringing up his points, I mean, the fact is, although you look at Africa, the Tutsi and the Hutu, start what was going on there? We look out from the outside. You've got one tribe slaughtering another tribe, men, women, children with machetes. You ask yourself, whose fault was that? The fact is, human beings are shitty. We've been awful to one another since the dawn of time.
Especially when it comes to power.
Of course, it's all about power, and everybody's been victimized. You go back far enough. The real question is, how do we move forward and end that cycle of hatred and victimization that we all have? I mean, if you don't hate another country, you hate your neighbor. If you don't hate your neighbor, you hate a family member. We human beings are, I think we also are genetically bred, because we are animals. I mean, our genes, if somebody looks different than us, our genes have made it so we deep down inside, from a natural level, we don't necessarily trust people that don't look like us way down on a biological level, because with biology, you're impelled to find people that look like you, even for the mating urge or whatever. We have to get past all that shit. And
Yeah.
and the fact is, I think we're doing a fairly good job of it compared to say 100 years ago, or 200 years ago, or 1,000 years ago.
Mhm.
But we have to figure out how we're going to. The world is now such a small place. A war in Ukraine can now affect the food supply of all of Europe because they can't get the 50% of the grain of in Europe comes from Ukraine. They can't get it out. So you've got Africa is going to suffer. There's going to be a food shortage because we got to start thinking, globally and acting accordingly.
Absolutely.
We have
Yeah.
to. I mean, and the fact that we put up with what happened, Shinzo Abe, whether you liked his politics, I mean, here's a Japanese politician, used to be prime minister. Some dude just walked up and blew him away. In Japan,
Unbelievable.
the guy had to make his own shotgun to do it. He didn't go buy one, he made it.
Yeah, I saw that on the news and I was appalled by that. I mean, it really, think about the amount of energy and determination that you had to have to do something like that. It really is shocking.
And what if that energy was devoted to something that was beneficial?
Yeah.
You see, I mean, our lives are so finite, they're so short. And I mean, hey, if you hate Elon Musk, I understand, but he's making electric cars, rocket ships, and apparently kids. So, hey, go Elon. But we have to change things. We have to change things and for the better. And I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
Our entertainment, bad entertainment, is also in a way diminishing. Because look at us. We're spending all this time talking about a Thor movie that disappointed us. I never thought I would live in a world where that was the case.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they say there was another film that was supposed to happen before this where Thor was going to be with Guardians of the Galaxy? And I don't know all the details, but, before this film was supposed to come out, there was supposed to be another one with Thor and the Guardians.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean,
don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, Mr. 47 says Gore, the off-screen God Butcher.
God, but yep, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have seen a lot more of that.
You know what it felt like though? Literally, it felt like with the Guardians. Like I watched it, I was thinking about, I was talking to Toy about this too. After the movie was done, it was like with the Guardians, it was like Chris Pratt, Star Lord, and his crew was like, yeah, let's vacate this shit show before this actually gets going. So yeah, let's be out. Like we'll be off screen, so at least we're not blemished by what's going to happen the rest of this movie. Like it just kind of felt that way because they got him out of there quick. Yeah, they couldn't be bothered. They got him out quick, and that was it. Like they just got him completely out because, again, separate film. We don't want to actually have those things tied together.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
I say this because I'm allowed to. Again, I'm only being honest about my feelings towards this film.
Sure.
And everybody else who loves it, I'm so glad you do. I'm happy for you. I'm not speaking for you, and I'm not trying to deter you from your feelings. I am just simply saying I hated this film.
Aw.
That's it.
And I think
this film.
it's important
really
to
did.
remember you don't want to hate it.
I don't want to hate it, and I didn't going into it. I didn't want to hate it, but my worst fears were realized when I sat in that seat for almost 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's when it was realized.
And what was also very real was that Thor was insulted when Star-Lord said that he was looking into the eyes of people he cares about.
Yeah.
And he didn't look at him, and any other person in any other situation would have been insulted. Like that was an insult. They kind of made it like a joke where he's kind of trying to make eye contact with him, but there was no reason for Star-Lord not to make eye contact with him. And I'm still trying to figure out why. Why wouldn't he just make eye contact with him and say, I'm going to miss you. I'll see you in the galaxy or whatever it is. Yeah. What was the purpose of that?
That's a good question. By the way, Martino comes back and says that he finished building 100 asteroids yesterday. This would be for the new episode of Play Trek. Today, he's going to start shooting the space scenes. Play Trek is so much fun. If you haven't seen Play Trek, it's Martino Simone's ongoing toy show. You've got to watch it. It's amazing.
Definitely.
Bert says, and Lael, I want to thank both of you for inspiring me to go to my first Star Wars celebration
Man,
after
listen, I
seeing
can't
you
wait.
hype it up for weeks on various streams. I booked my last-minute trip May 25th.
Yes, I can't help it. I can't wait.
Congratulations. Can't wait to see you there, Bert.
Yeah, I
pretty
can't wait
cool.
to see you there either, man. That's definitely gonna be fun. So glad that, again, if it's anywhere close to, if it's anything close to what we experienced in California, which was it's such an experience, you will definitely enjoy it. And then on top of that, you got to keep in mind it's the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi, so it's gonna be exciting times as well. So
Oh yeah.
again, if you get a chance to actually go when there's an anniversary, and there's going to be some new announcements, hopefully. We know there will be, but yeah, just enjoy the experience, man. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, plus it's in Europe, it's in London, London's one of the
Yeah.
great cities in the world. So,
It's
so
such
you
an
know what?
yeah,
Give
yeah,
yourself hopefully a few days before or a few days after to enjoy London,
yeah,
Old
yeah,
Blighty, because it's an amazing city, and you
yeah.
gotta take some time.
Hell
Michael
yeah.
Michael Preston says, when are they changing Strange New Worlds into Star Trek, the original series? Because now Scotty's coming back as well. Why have a writing team at all? I
Wow.
love you, and Lael.
Oh,
Oh, I
thank
love you
you. We
too,
love you
brother. Love you
too.
too, brother.
And I agree. I mean, I honestly don't understand. Strange New Worlds could. Here's another thing I don't understand. So you have all the money and resources in the world. You've got a captain like Pike. Forget
Mhm.
that that the Enterprise is turned over to Captain Kirk. Why not tell completely original stories that we have no understanding or we don't know anything about them?
It's supposed to be strange, Robert. There's nothing strange in Strange New Worlds. It's the
No.
same old shit. I'm sorry, but it is. We haven't gotten anything new. I haven't seen anything fantastic other than a few encounters of T'Pren being mounted by Spock and the captain in bed, which I knew they were going to have at least one episode of him with no clothes on under the covers. I haven't seen anything that has made me go, wow. So please, strange.
So Captain Pike has this girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's too thin. For my taste, one of the great things about Star Trek women of the 60s, they were these curvaceous.
Yes.
They had hips, they had breasts, they had ass. I mean, they were curvaceous. They were beautiful, feminine women. I want to see some of that. Now we've got a bunch of asexual, butch chicks. Come on, I want to see the feminine come back. I want to see.
I thought that's what we were getting. We had all those sex episodes and things that the juices were flowing, and it was like the Love Boat. Come on,
No,
that's
man.
what they were selling me.
I want to see girls with big boobs and big asses and big
Me
wide
too.
hips. I mean, I'm
And
tired of
Rebecca
all.
Romaine.
What's with all these athletic, women that clearly. I just,
Oh my God.
And Christine Chappell's talking about her girlfriend. I'm like, I mean, you know what the problem with Strange New Worlds is? Strange New Worlds is a Star Trek universe where a person like myself would have a really hard time getting laid. That's what I don't like. I look at it, when I watched Star Trek growing up, even starting watching it when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, I'd watch this show and I'd think to myself, I didn't understand why. I'm like, I want to meet these women. I love all these women, whether it's the Romulan commander who's into Spock, all the women on classic Star Trek, because they pretty much define beauty for me. I was like,
Yes.
I have a shot. That show said to me, I have a shot. This show, Strange New Worlds, for all of its faux sex appeal, it's not. It's this weird inclusive. We talk about.
They can't even plagiarize correctly, okay, Robert?
No.
You plagiarize good stories, not garbage, right? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I look, man. I'm all about the sexy, but in the Star Trek universe, only Spock and Pike get laid. Everyone else has problems with their significant others.
That's what it should have been called. Spock and Pike get laid.
That's that's pretty much what it is. Ultramagnetic Lion has become an imagination connoisseur. Thank you for supporting the channel, Ultramagnetic Lion. Now you see why it's this kind of conversation. This is what you're here for, I can tell. Our friend Louis Terrazas. Louis, how are you? I'm in London, Rob, about to connect with Stonehenge. Stonehenge, do you mean the Spinal Tap song or the actual Stonehenge? MCU fans just can't appreciate some nuances. I saw Thor 4 and it was great. Fuck them, Rob. Well, we're being highly critical of Thor 4 and we will never begrudge you for loving it.
Yeah, no.
No,
I'm definitely glad you enjoyed it. Like, again, if anybody out there enjoyed the film, I'm so happy for you, and I'm glad you did. I mean, because the thing is, there's a space for everybody, and to embrace whatever entertainment that they want to embrace. I'm good with that. I'm just vocally. I mean, again, and very seldomly will you hear me, especially when it comes to the MCU, because I've loved everything that we've gotten thus far. Hey, I mean, me myself, a lot of people didn't, but I actually did like Strange. I did.
I did too.
I love Strange. I love Doctor Strange, and I love what I actually got from it. Was it everybody's cup of tea? No, but I loved it. It's just this film is I can't connect with it, and my fears were realized, and I knew that it was going to be an oversaturation of comedy, and if that floats anybody's boats and they love it, and that's fine, that's cool. It just didn't sit well with me, and it never will, and I won't even watch it if it comes on TNT.
And the funny thing about it is there's a lot of serious stuff in this movie that I would like to have seen a serious examination of, and I thought that I like comedy as much as the next guy, and Marvel usually does a pretty good job of that balancing comedy but this was too much. And I thought it was hampered. Michael Preston has been a member for 19 months. He's an imagination connoisseur. Thank you. This is interesting. So for those of you who don't know, if you haven't seen it, there was an editor, a fan, made a recut of Obi-Wan Kenobi that I thought was superior. I did too. Jedi Chris writes in with a $20 super chat and says, Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Patterson cut, is way better than the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. The Batman and Thor Love and Thunder. Have y'all seen it yet? It's so good. I hope this inspires Disney to release this in theaters or on Disney Plus. Well, first of all, I got to say, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But let me tell you something. There is no way on God's green earth that Disney will ever even admit this exists.
Exactly.
They will never admit it. And all the people involved, Jedi Chris, they can't. And by the way, they can't. They can't condone this. They can't. It's them saying, "Oh, a fan did a better job than we did."
They don't want to admit that. No.
They can't admit that, and they never will. But I agree with you. I thought it was really, really good.
Now, because the thing is, I've seen it. Now, is this floating around on YouTube right now?
No, it was downloadable. I would imagine it's not downloadable anymore.
Yeah,
it's probably on every Facebook page that of fans who are Star Wars fans. That's where I think it primarily is.
Yeah, because I have it. I downloaded it, and it's so well. Even the scene, one of the scenes that I loved in this version of it was, and which you guys probably seen, was when Obi-Wan and Leia are walking, and he actually sees like the vision of Anakin and how it phases back in between. That was so well done.
Yes,
I was like, that
thing still scares me.
Yeah,
really good.
It was really good. It was done well. So yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen it, see it, and shout out to those and the people who actually did this edit. The fan edit was incredible.
Whoever did it, whoever you are, thank you.
And I think I think the point though is that we have people in the world. Star Wars is so beloved that somebody would take their own time and do that.
Yeah.
And there's a friend of mine was the Phantom editor who did the Phantom Menace recut, and there's people that do these things because we all love Star Wars and we want it to be great. And it's frustrating when it's not.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and I also think the sequels could be recut and re-edited, and it could be a different story, different focus, just a different experience. So I think even though the final outcome of what we got wasn't what everybody wanted or expected, they could be re-edited.
Yeah. Bert says the black and white scene in Thor was my favorite. It felt like a scene from a Zack Snyder movie. We needed more on-screen butchering by gore. Sorry, kids. Hey, man, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. We didn't see any on-screen butchering, and I guess they wanted to kind of stray away from that. I think they probably got besides themselves in the very beginning with that deal, with how he dealt with that god. But I don't know. I mean, I agree. Like that was one of my main problems and issues that we didn't actually get a chance to see him butcher. And I know that sounds morbid, but he's Gordon God Butcher.
Well,
Like, we
you
wanna see
gotta
that.
set that up. You gotta make him a real threat.
Yeah,
And he
yeah,
should have, like, I'm surprised. I thought the movie was gonna open with him tearing through a bunch of different, like, you'd
yeah,
see a bunch of different gods from various pantheons get wasted by him.
yeah. And that's the thing. In the books, he handed Thor his ass, bro. He
Yeah.
whooped
Yep.
his ass a few times. And I think that, like I said, I mean, he literally is a god level threat. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Because of what he has. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. This should have been fleshed out. And I believe that the Gore the God Butcher story, especially how important that character is, and it's a transition, should have been told over multiple films. It
Uh,
should have.
I agree, and it would have been interesting that
Yeah.
they could have done these smaller, like that would have been like, why not do 3 film arcs or something? That's not a
Yeah.
bad idea.
Yeah, it would have been told over, and especially when you have an actor of Christian Bale's caliber, you don't want to waste that.
No.
Yeah.
Jaimin D sends us a $50
Oh
super
my
chat.
gosh, thank you so much.
$50
Thank you.
super chat. And Jaimin says, Rob, all this hatred, death, and destruction has one solution: Bill and Ted. We know their music is going to unite the world. Let them lead Avengers and see how they bring the real love to the thunder. Bill and Ted needs to be in Marvel and in the real world. I love Bill and Ted, but even people didn't like the latest Bill and Ted movie. I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. But I love Bill and Ted. I think that the world needs. I think we're all getting off. Not us, not here on this channel, but I think people are getting off on hatred. I think hatred has become. I think people they're lacking things that they love in their life, and they are replacing it with hatred. Because hatred, as we know as Star Wars fans, it's easier. It's more seductive. Yep. It's easier for you to go online and get mad at somebody and pop off and say something mean and feel like, or I'll tell you something else. I think that this new generation of kids, if they feel that they'll tell on people, this whole cancel culture, I think people get off on it. I think people like canceling other people without any concern as to whether they have families or people that love them or people that they're beholden to. The idea that people think that they're doing good by getting rid of people they deem bad. And we are coming up with a whole culture of people that will sell you out to the secret police. These are a bunch of snitches, tattletales. If they want to get rid of you, it's terrifying to me. Yeah. I'm like, man, where the hell is any honor? I mean, it's a scary time.
Where is John Wick when you need him?
Yeah, where is John Wick?
Where is John Wick? Hey, so check this out, Rob. Wanted to show you this.
Oh.
I got my vision in. This actually came in yesterday, so I have my vision, man. So yes, you will love this figure once you got it. I haven't taken it out, but yeah.
See, now let me ask you this.
Until you wander, yeah.
The Vision figure that I have from, what is it, Age of Ultron, I love Vision. He's one of my one of my favorite Hot Toys figures. It's a simple Hot Toy figure, but I love it. Yeah. Do I need to upgrade?
Yeah. Well, they apparently, because I haven't opened this yet, but apparently they are saying that it is an upgrade from that version. So, maybe, you know what I mean. I'll put it this way. I'll give you my my verdict when I open it.
I got it. I got a third party Daniel Craig Bond figure in that I even forgot I ordered. I got it from 1/6 retail or 1/6 Outfitters. It's pretty good. I don't know who makes it. I would bring it downstairs. I would have brought it, but I just got that in. So
Yeah.
Alan Ling sends
Hi.
two super chats, and one of two. He says, "Hey guys, Rob, I found out about you through the John Campea show. Well, good to have you here. I enjoy your thoughts on film and such, and for a month or so, I've been watching Midnight Musings. While I'm not as harsh on Thor, I understand all of your frustrations. So to ask all three of you, do you think this movie has damaged? This is a good question. Do you think this movie has damaged the MCU or the Marvel brand going forward? And do you guys think the MCU is in danger?" That's a good question.
I don't think it's in danger. I mean, I don't look. It's a hiccup. That's the thing is like sometimes they're going through like a level of hiccups, and I think any IP, it's you have sometimes you have a drought, where
Mm-hmm.
ideas just aren't hitting. You know what I mean? But I think that they'll get back on track. But I just think that they have to learn that for themselves, and you know what I mean. They have to see it, but at the same time, they have to be willing to listen, man. Fans, basically us as fans, if we don't like something, we'll be very vocal about it. You'll see it on different channels. You'll see it. It's just the way it is, and they have to listen to that and don't think that or don't. It's not one of those situations where you should feel as though the mass majority of individuals out there are the ones that we're focusing on, and not think that there's a mass majority of individuals who don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing is like it's very divisive. They see that and a lot of people have actually been saying that, so don't think that they're not paying attention. And there's a way to correct, there's a way to course correct, there's a way to basically get everything back on track. I hope what Kevin Feige has said is true, that we're going to start seeing that connective tissue with the next upcoming slate. But right now, I mean, they're going to have to do it soon, like really, really, really,
Yeah.
really soon, before people just be like, you know what, there is. I mean, listen, everybody's been waiting, and a lot of haters out there have been waiting for Marvel's fatigue. So again, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, according to Deadline, this was published 3 hours ago, right before we started. Thor: Love and Thunder is now seeing 140 to 143 million-dollar opening weekend. So there is no Marvel fatigue here.
There you go.
Disney Marvel's Thor: Love and Thunder held steady on Saturday despite those lower than normal cinema score and post-track exits we are seeing for a Marvel Cinematic Universe title. The Taika Waititi directed sequel grossed $41 million today, we hear, which is 1% above Friday's true take of $40 million. This will get Thor: Love and Thunder to an estimated 140 to 143 million opening. That number is the 12th best opening for a Marvel Cinematic Universe title after Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2's 146.5 million. When it comes to box office legs for an MCU movie, those A cinema scores do make a difference. Spider-Man No Way Home with an A+ cinema score saw multiple off its 260.1 million three-day opening, landing a final domestic total. This is domestic final of 804.7 million. That is a huge fucking number.
Wow.
A huge number. Shang-Chi and The Legend of the Ten Rings, which had an A, generated a near 3-time multiple off its 75.3 million three-day opening for a 224.5 million stateside final gross. So that's really interesting. So Spider-Man domestically grossed $800 million. Shang-Chi only grossed $225 million. However, Eternals with a B cinema score and its multiple, while Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness with a B+, saw an 187.4 million opening. And its current domestic take was, again, 411 million. That's just gigantic. These are huge numbers. So I don't think that the MCU brand is hurt now, because remember, the general movie-going audience is still liking these things.
Yeah.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see where Thor winds up, because the Marvel Cinematic Universe makes so much money because we idiots go back and forth or go back to the movies all the time. And it really depends. I mean, are people going to embrace... I think Thor is too silly. I don't think that people like the MCU movies to be too silly. They have a great balance of humor and pathos and real action and real stakes. This movie was really, I think it doubled down on the goofiness. Even Ragnarok was goofy, but the stakes, it was dark as fuck. People died. I mean, Asgard was destroyed, and
Thor got
Odin
his eye cut
died.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, and Thor had his eye cut out. I mean, it was not.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's in danger, not yet, but I think we are reaching a point where unless you do something new and different, like I'm surprised that we're not getting different kinds of movies, different kinds of stories. I don't know what those different things should be, but I would have thought like the first 3 Thor movies worked together. This Thor 4, Love and Thunder should have pointed to a different. I don't know what I'm supposed to take away from Thor, Love and Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we going now?
Exactly.
I don't know. Like I don't have a sense of, aside from the teases and the post-credit sequences, but what I mean, where's the character of Thor himself going? Where?
I mean, we saw more focus on Axel and on the character that comes back to life at the end. Those seem to be the 2 characters that were, I guess, the future, or implied would be the future.
Yep.
So, is that what they wanted to tell us? That's what we should be looking forward to?
I guess.
And the battle between that other god, maybe? That end credit scene
Yeah.
god? That may be coming.
That's, I mean, again, is I don't know. I don't know. Wherever, I mean, we know he's coming back, but what is going to be the motivation at that point? Where is it going to go? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it has to be more than just getting back the lightning bolt. It has to be more than that.
Yep.
Yeah. It has to be way more than that. And then you have a child imbued with the power of, now and this eternity, I guess. So
where do we go?
Yeah, where do we go with that? I don't know.
Bert says, well, at least Chris Pratt has the amazing binge-worthy Terminal List as
Terminal
a fallback.
List.
I haven't watched. I can't wait to watch it. It looks good. Looks right.
I heard this. Everybody's been saying it's good.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Okay, I can't wait to watch that. It also featured Sean Gunn and Jai Courtney without James Gunn attached. Well, I'm looking forward to it because it looks really, really good.
Oh, you're going to love it. You guys are going to love it. And I'm doing a watch party with Lorena starting on Thursdays on Twitch at 5 p.m. with her. So it's so amazing. Chris Pratt really
shows that her DC shows range.
I'm just so impressed with him in this show in particular, because it's some long episodes. It's not sort of like 2 or 3 episodes here. I think it's like 9. And, he really pulls this whole thing together, and it's a struggle. It wasn't easy. I'm really impressed with him, even more than I was before. So thank you, Chris Pratt.
That's high praise. I'm going to have to watch it. I mean, I love that kind of storyline, so I'm going to watch it, definitely.
So are we going to see, there are so many fantastic books with great stories like this, like Reacher, which was redone by Skydance. We're getting Terminalist. Do you think we're going to be going in this direction, seeing more of these adaptations we haven't seen come to the screen in their full glory? Because 9 episodes, that's like a wonderful adaptation of a book that has a lot of detail to it. So
I'm with you 100%. I love that. I love Reacher, and we're getting another season. They're doing each season's a book. That's the way to do it. You can delve into it. I want to see much more of that. There's so many books out there I'd love to see adapted, and hopefully we're going to get more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Glenn Mark says, as you know, Rob, I've been under Chris Carr's VO tutelage and have now scored a gig with the kids' website, storyberries.com, as a narrator and writer. By the way, I love Mmmm and Lael, too. Well, Glenn Mark, thank you. First of all, Chris Carr is a treasure who I stream with on Campy's show. I love Chris. I think she's amazing, and she's so dynamic and lovely, and I'm glad that her voiceover, I mean, she's amazing with her voice. She's a real talent, and I'm glad that you got something out of it and that you got a job. I mean, how cool is that? That speaks well to her teaching abilities and your abilities as a creator. So good on you. That's really amazing. So congratulations on that. I really love that. Now, let's see. Nightcrawler sends in a super sticker. I never know which these are. This looks like, well, I would say it looks like it's got the sunglasses of what is that? The meme when you get the with the joint and the sunglasses. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what to
You.
call this, but Nightcrawler, thank you for that. I do love
Thank you
this.
very much.
Also love the movie Nightcrawler. So there you go. Darth Plato says, you've already spoken to Strange New Worlds. Ortegas wasn't just sitting in Styles' chair. Okay. But she was literally mouthing his lines from Balance of Terror. And the worst part is that Angela Martine dies and doesn't make it to the Alice in Wonderland planet. Yes, I'm being facetious. Darth Plato, though, you bring up something, and if I can just say this. So in Strange New Worlds, for those of you who haven't watched it, they basically revisit the original Star Trek episode Balance of Terror to the point where they copy the dialogue and the certain situations until they diverge. And one of the things, so in that episode, Mr. Styles, when it's revealed that the Romulans look like the Vulcans and Romulans look alike, there is a racist element that is played. Styles starts making racist comments against Spock and disparaging comments because he's saying you're a collaborator, you're a Romulan. Well, in this is another thing why I can't stand Star Trek Strange New Worlds a lot of the time. But they established that Styles was a racist because a family member died. You know, his like grandfather died in the Romulan War, so that he has a reason to dislike Romulans. And Kirk actually says to him, "There's no place for bigotry on the bridge of the Enterprise."
Mm-hmm.
Well, in this new episode, they're trying to replay that, and they're putting that dialogue into Ortegas's mouth, but she doesn't have the same familial connection to the Romulans, so it doesn't work. You know, they're copying the episode, but giving her this dialogue. They don't give her the rest of the backstory that this character had, and they certainly don't give her the ending of the episode, so none of it works. So I'm looking at this going, these writers, man, they don't get what they're even copying, and it's so frustrating. So thanks for that. I mean, I know people like, oh, Rob, you and Star Trek. Thug Life, that's what it is. Thank you for saying the Thug Life meme. That's what I love. Good Thug Life memes never cease to amaze me and delight me. Jonathan Namila, who I've been reading a lot about on the John Campy show, is here and says, Rob, I'm so glad there are producers like you in Hollywood. You are a kind producer and an artist's producer, and I admire that you are amazing. Well, thank you. Rob, I clap every time I see your name in the credits. The Post-Geek Singularity Fire. You are all amazing. Well, Jonathan, that's very nice of you to say. Jonathan goes on to say, hello, Rob, how do you start a hot... Oh, this is a good one. All three of us can answer this. Hello, Rob. How do you start a hot toy collection? What is the website to get them? Rob, what are your hot toy guidelines for new collectors? I need your help, Rob. I'm lost.
I wish you and Lael would make a video that does that. Like
we probably will.
The collector's guide to, and maybe I'll say one or two things, but I think you guys could do something like that to guide and make some, I think it would be fun to see it.
That's an interesting notion. I mean, you know, there's obviously in North America, Sideshow is the official distributor of hot toys. And you know, I will say I've been buying from Sideshow since its inception. I do not hate Sideshow. I have had, for the most part, great experiences, although lately they've been canceling orders quickly and not refunding the orders that have been canceled or something. Like if I've changed a debit card or something, which is a little weird. But I'm a fan. But there's all kinds of different people that sell figures, and you just have to find the right, you know, whether it's Toys Wonderland or 1/6 retailers or
which right now Toys Wonderland they have a deal on a lot of their figures. Actually, I got a transport trooper from Mandalorian for shipping or shipped $90. So
that's insane.
That's insane. Like they have so many deals right now on their website, so you can take advantage of it. Yeah, I mean, as a new collector, definitely you want to go where there's deals. You have, of course, Sideshow in the North American market. Overseas, you have so many different, resellers. You know, there's Toys Wonderland, Toys by an Agent, Tim Cent. You have Giant Toys. You have so many different venues where you can actually get it through. Just be smart and look for. I would say be smart and look for deals. Plain and simple. There are
Mhm.
deals right now. There are summer deals right now.
Yep.
Go
And
after
that
them while you can.
and that includes, making friends on not just here on YouTube, but on Facebook and finding,
Yeah. Yeah.
speaking to the pros, I guess Rob and Lael, and anybody who kind of knows where to look if you are looking for a specific type of figure. Like if you're looking for Star Trek figures, I would go with X06. I mean, that's where I would go to directly to get my Star Trek figures. Although Sideshow does sell some of them, you get a better selection and maybe more up to date and faster delivery through X06.
I mean,
So
X06 is killing it. They announce figures and you have
Yeah.
them in your hand 3 months later.
yes,
I mean, it's
Yeah.
yes,
crazy.
yes.
Literally.
So there are definitely places to go for that, and then of course, there is a resale market, which a lot of people have bought from as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't hurt
Mm-hmm.
to find out more about that. For me, it's not that important if I have to have a box, for example, or the full outfit, or even all the head sculpts. I'm fine with buying something for less money, and you could start your collection. And also another thing that I like to do, if I do get a figure that has multiple head sculpts, I always buy an extra Fison body, like $60 or $70.
Yeah.
And then you can throw some clothes on it and put the other head sculpt on it. So now you have two figures. At least that's what I do. So
Yep. Which
Makes
is
a
a
lot of
great,
sense.
I
Yeah.
mean, my Justice League Bruce Wayne, for sure.
and consider third-party
Mhm.
sellers, especially if you're trying to save some cash. It's okay to buy third-party. So if it's
Yeah.
not Hot Toys, if it's not Sideshow, So Toys, Damn Toys. I'm trying to think of all the names. I can't think
Yeah.
of all of them, but definitely consider third-party figures. Those are fantastic, and I have a lot
So
of those
Toys
too.
is killing it too.
So is
Mhm.
definitely carrying it. They just actually gave us well, it's not Starlight, it's Homelight.
Right.
Yes, I
Uh
saw
so
it. I
we
saw
just
it.
we just got her
Yes.
I mean, I
original on
got
that
their
figure.
Butcher figure was great. The accessories are great.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get
Yeah.
Homelander, and their
Mhm.
Watchmen. I've got my you can't. That's the so. I have two so toys. They're Rorschach, but that's Walter Kovacs, just with
Yeah.
his the end is nigh sign. So I've
Yeah.
got
Yes.
Rorschach, but I love my Walter Kovacs with the end is nigh sign. It's great. I'm
Oh,
still
that
trying to.
Rorschach doesn't have the mask on with the different faces.
Oh no, it comes with the mask with different faces, but you can
Oh,
also
okay.
display him just as Walter Kovacs with the head sculpt. Because
Yes.
he's walking around in the comic and the movie with the end is nigh sign when he's not being Rorschach, and I had to get two of them because I love Watchmen and I love
Yeah.
having Walter Kovacs. I'm gonna move him around and just have him like in my Modja cases. I'm gonna continue. He's just gonna be walking through different scenes with the end is nigh sign up. I love that. And Jonathan Nemella goes on to say, Rob and the Post-Geek Singularity crew, I love and admire you all. Thanks
Oh,
for that.
thank you. We love you too.
John Argote Rodriguez says, aside from Far From Home, WandaVision, and Hawkeye, everything post-Phase 3 feels like the snap never happened. That's actually that's a pretty astute observation.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the return of 50% of the population cause an economic disaster with long-lasting damage and everything looks like business as usual? We touched on that a little bit in Falcon and Winter Soldier when you had
Mhm.
Sam Wilson and his sister dealing with the aftermath of all that. But I agree. I mean, I don't think that the Marvel Universe has done any reflection on the blip and on everything that's
Nah.
happened afterwards.
Nah.
People getting eaten in Egypt by the fucking Khonshu and Amet,
Yeah.
and then the Celestials. I mean, it's really weird how none of this has had any kind of fallout.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like if it, I'm like, you know what? It would be interesting to see a take on the blip in the MCU, whereas it actually has created resentment towards the Avengers for loss. And maybe
Yes.
there's a villain that comes from that who blames the Avengers for what happens, and goes on this vengeance type of tirade against them. You know what I mean? So that's a way to deal with it. You're right. You're absolutely right. There should be some type of hardship
Or consequences.
experience that we
Yeah.
should, consequence that we would visually see in these films. And again, it is going on like business as usual, like nothing's ever happened, or or it's a mockery about the blip. This thing would be like PTSD to a lot of people, like where you're just thinking about it like, yo, I can't believe I've been going for 5 years. I'm 5 years older than, but I still look the same. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like there's a lot of consequence, a lot of things to take from it, but that have not been tackled. So yeah, I
And
agree.
I mean,
that's why the Monica Rambeau episode was so effective, I
oh my
think, and
God,
Yeah,
so
that was
popular.
yeah,
when she came back. I mean, I was freaked out by that. I'm like, oh my
yeah,
God.
Because it was like
yeah.
she was asleep and then she woke up. It was like they did it as if you opened up your eyes and all of a sudden the whole
Everything
world has
just
changed or
returned.
something
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, because
yeah,
most people wouldn't know. They weren't fighting in Wakanda. They didn't know
yeah.
when the snap. They would. You're
Mhm.
just there. You disappear, and then you show back up, and the consequences. I mean, I did like that about Doctor Strange in when they're
Mhm.
in the wedding. The wedding, he talks to his other
Yeah,
doctor, and he goes, Doctor Strange is like, I was blipped, and he's like, I lost my cat. I lost that other
and my
doctor,
brother.
and they touch on it, but they kind of even made it like a joke. I mean, it's horrifying.
Yeah.
And think about it. How would humanity react to, okay, we've now had invasions of the Chitauri in New York City, but the blip, to know that there are forces in the universe that can
Mhm.
put half our population, half of the universe into non-existence
Yep.
because there's that technology of the Infinity Stones out there. How do we, I mean, think about how already with Roe v. Wade, how divisive that can be. Well, what
Yeah.
happens if somebody can snap you out of existence for 5 years? What are you
Mhm.
going to do? How are you going to demand the government respond to that? You know?
Yeah. Imagine a wife who's pregnant with a child snapped out of existence and comes back without her child.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, I
Oh
mean,
my gosh.
and those are the kind of things that you have to like look at.
Yeah. Like
And
those are the type of things that would really or someone snapped out of existence coming back with cancer, coming back with certain illnesses that they never experienced before. These are the things that again should be dealt with in MCU, and it's not.
Yeah, I
Like
mean
it's
that's
just
why I'm surprised if I was the architect of the MCU after Endgame was over, my next movie, I would make a Marvels movie that's all
yeah,
about regular
The snap.
everyday people, just like
yeah,
just like the comic, the Alex Ross comic that was told by a reporter, and
yeah.
that it would be all about human civilization. They could still do it. I really think that they need, or make it a series, make it a streaming series.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
dealing with a reporter that's trying to make sense of the world now with all of this stuff, and you're hearing about people's stories from the blip. You're hearing about people's reactions to Arishem. You'd have like some archaeological team that's looking at the celestial in the ocean, and it could be a really interesting thing.
I wanted to
Yeah.
also mention it's not related to our question just now, but and Lael, you've seen Stranger Things, right?
Yes, I did.
The figure that I am most eager to have, there's actually two figures. I want the Eddie Munson figure, the guy who's the rock star
Yep.
guy, and of course Vecna.
Yeah.
So those are two of my most wanted figures. I don't care if they're third party or not. I've got to get those two.
Yeah,
Yeah. Eddie Munson is the
those would be great
MVP.
figures to have. Vecna is such a cool design too.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I did not Eddie Munson, that character was incredible. Like
Oh, he was
literally, I
so
love that
great.
character. I love that character, man.
So great. Ario Phoenix says, "Do we think Captain Marvel shows up in the finale of Miss Marvel? If not, maybe a list of credits to set up the Marvels. Also, when do you realistically think we will get X-Men? I'm 22 and I feel it won't be until I'm almost 30, and that kind of scares me."
Wow,
um,
very
uh,
good question at the age of 22, man. I love that, bro.
yeah. So are we gonna get Captain Marvel?
I don't know. I mean, it would sort of make sense, but if they want to tread down that road, I mean, it would make sense as an entry into like the Marvels show itself, if
Right.
implications from this particular last episode play into the Marvels. So that's where it would kind of make sense if they would do something like that. I'm not sure that they will. Here's the thing: is like Mafia. I mean, I can say Mafia. Marvel doesn't basically do they don't do the obvious what we expect.
Right.
They do something totally different. So even though we think, or it would be cool to see Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers in this film or in this show, they may not. They may want it to actually stand on its own and make its own statement without actually having that character in. But I think that it would be smart, and then that way we would actually see an entry into the Marvels. I mean, then there's connect because they're going to have to do something to reference that, because we can't just see Miss Marvel in the Marvels without showing some type of connective tissue, because how is it going to make sense? Or they can do it where it would make sense, but I think it would be the obvious thing to bring her in this last episode. And the thing is, we need some type of a wow factor anyway, because this is the last episode of this season and there's a lot to cover. So we're going to need something so they don't end it on a bad note.
I agree. I don't necessarily think, because Captain Marvel's like a cosmic character. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Why would she even know?
Yeah.
Kamala, why would she even know who she was? You know, and
Unless she has a direct attachment, or basically she can sense the negabands throughout
yeah, I
the
mean,
galaxy.
look, I think it would be more. I think we would have more, or if I think Wong would show up and be like, we've been doing research.
Yeah.
Your thing is the same as the Ten Rings, and
Mhm.
or Captain Marvel, who's been, we saw her at the end of Shang-Chi, that she's been researching this, and with the use of those the energy that's being expelled, they're looking for it, so they're going to come visit her and be like, your world is just opened up. You're not going to believe what we have to tell you. So I could see, like, if Wong and Captain Marvel showed up because of the energy that she's expelling, I could see that happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that would be pretty cool. Jonathan Namila says, Rob, I just sent you a letter about my Con Air 2 and 3 pitch for you. And Nick Cage. When you meet Nick Cage, tell him he's my hero. I hope you can work on Con Air 2 and 3 with you. Rob, if you are ever in Atlanta, Georgia, I'm ready for you. I graduated from film school.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Definitely congrats.
Rob, are you still a producer in Hollywood? And if so, how do you balance all of your YouTube channels with being a producer? What are you producing or directing now? Well, Jonathan, the last thing I worked on is the 3rd season of Dota Dragon's Blood, which is a Netflix animated series that I was the animatic editor on. I edited that show, and it drops, I think, the 2nd week in August. And, like, when I was making Tango Shalom, I was on YouTube as well. It's
That's right.
you have to balance. You're on YouTube, John Campia, and I was still working on it. I will say this: I am working on another movie that I'm a producer on with director Gabe Bologna that I've kind of been keeping on the DL, but I'll tell you what it is. It's based on a South African playwright's work about the what are the ramifications of apartheid, and it's called The White Devils, and I am a producer on that, and it's a pretty hard hitting story about the legacy of that oppressive regime.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it's
wow.
pretty interesting, and I'm really proud of it. And again, Gabe Bologna directed it, and we're working on that. And again, it's like everything else. You work on it you work on it concurrently. I mean, I would love to just be making movies, but
Yeah.
I'm not, but I'm always working on something. So that that's, and I'm also involved in a long-term project where we're going to be producing multiple movies, and there's always stuff percolating. So you kind of have to do it all at the same time.
Yeah.
And while that's not ideal, you have no choice, really.
You wear many hats.
You wear many hats, and you just keep going. Ron C says, hello, Rob and Lael. For All Mankind is my new Star Wars. I can watch any episode over and over again. I've watched the Kenobi series once. Not really excited for Andor. Most likely, I'll wait to binge the series. I'm really excited for Andor. I think it's going to surprise people. I agree with you. I can watch For All Mankind multiple times. I love that show so much. because I love space and I love it. It is very close, similar to Star Trek in terms of what it has to say. I really enjoy it. I'm glad you love it. I love For All Mankind. I keep telling people to watch it and getting people into it. Problem is, it's on Apple Plus, and not a lot of people have Apple Plus. But yeah. And oh, look at that. The love chat is spamming us. It's the best adult site.
Ooh.
The booty bots are here. The booty bots. We call them the booty bots.
Here. I mean, it's. I always think when you read these things, it's the best adult dating site. I'm like, how do you guys know? How do you know that? How do you know it's the best adult site? Like, what are you basing that on? And
yeah.
I'm
What
like,
are your qualifications?
I'll be the judge of that. So anyway, let me ask you two. You guys are approaching. You're at 4 a.m. Where you
Yes,
we are.
So why don't I let you guys go? I don't mean to cut you loose, but
no, it's okay. We understand.
It's 4 a.m.
Yes, it is 4 a.m.
Yeah, it is 4 a.m.
So I mean, I never expected you. I was gonna cut you loose after 2 hours, but this has been so fun.
Oh, were you?
Well, I figured
it
like
was my best.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great, man.
Yeah,
it's been great.
Well, kids, Lael. First of all, Lael, where can people find you?
You can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Basically by name, 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Basically, you can find me there. Tomorrow at 12 noon, we actually have Collectors Lounge International, where we're going to actually, we kind of meet with. I meet with collectors pretty much in London, in Ireland, and we just all have a discussion about collectibles, everything that's going on in pop culture right now. I'm pretty sure it's going to be entertaining tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Followed by Comic Book Talk with Friends on Monday, which we will have a deep dive spoiler talk on pretty much Thor Love and Thunder. That's going to be interesting. And then back here on Wednesday for Say What. Waiting to get confirmation from John from In Arts and Queen Studios. I'll probably have him on, but he's going to let me know when. So when I find out from him, you know him, I'll let you guys know. And then back again for Figure Flex Friday, of course. So we'll be back for that. So yeah, you can find me, and then find me back here on Midnight Musing. Definitely. So yeah, if you haven't already subscribe, share, and welcome aboard. I love you guys, and thank you for your support. Definitely.
Before Bert writes in and says, "Justice for Jason Carver, Stranger Things." Yes. Why is he what upon when Steve had a similar arc in season 1? Jason did not understand the supernatural.
Yeah, and Jason's character was very typical of the jock of that time. They wouldn't understand this paranormal stuff. He behaved the way that any other kid probably would have behaved, and would want to handle this and find his girlfriend, for heaven's sake, or find out who hurt his girlfriend. So I don't begrudge him or think that he's bad. It just so happens that he happens to be someone who doesn't know all the facts, and he's just like any of the other people in that town who are afraid of the Hellfire Club. They're afraid of them.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that character was kind of a bummer, but the funny thing is the only people that really understand how crazy and supernatural what's going on are the kids. Like the rest of the world doesn't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
So, I like that. I like that. Yeah. So, where can people find you? What do you have going on?
Yes, guys, of course, you can find me on my channel, Positive Fandom, and please do subscribe to Positive Fandom. I almost have 1,000 subscribers. I also stream on Twitch as well, so you can subscribe to me on Twitch if you like. Tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you can find me on my Sunday brunch show on Positive Fandom, where we do all the parlay of what's going on in the fandom. Come express yourself. Let us know what's going on with you. If you're a creator, YouTube creator, come and we share links with everybody so that we know, and promote everybody so that they know to subscribe to everybody's channel. So that's fun. And at Monday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you can find me on Toxic Femininity on the Midnight's Edge channel with Lorena Creole and Nina Infinity. Sometimes on Wednesdays and Thursdays, you can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network, either on Say What or on Uncivilized Scoundrels.
Yes.
On Thursdays at 5 p.m., you can find me streaming with Lorena Creole on our Toxic Male Appreciation Show. This week, we're going to be covering Terminal List. We're going to be going through all the episodes one at a time, so do check that out. On Fridays at 12 p.m. Eastern, you can find me on Midnight's Edge in the Morning with Tom and Andre. And of course, you can find me here on the PGS channel on Midnight's Musings. And on Tuesday at 6 p.m., I'm going to be doing a review of an Indian movie called, I think it's called Abda Akbar. And I always get this one, I always say the wrong thing, but please do check it out. Lorraine and I have been streaming and watching Indian cinema. It's like the summer of Indian cinema for us.
Yes,
so
nice.
Please do check out the live stream that I'm going to be having on Tuesday as we review it, and many more. So that's everything. And subscribe to Positive Fandom.
Well, kids, I want to thank you for doing a great Midnight Musings. This is always fun. This was an epic, long version, but we had a lot to say. It was a lot of fun. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
And I will say goodnight to you both. Give
Right.
Latoya
And we are all
my
goof
best.
people.
Good night.
We are all
Good
goof
night.
people.
Yeah.
We're all goof people. I might be sticking around for a little longer, but I will let you both go because it's 4 o'clock.
Right.
You're approaching
Good
5 now.
night.
You're past 4. Good night, everyone.
Good
I need
night.
to
See you
say
guys
good night.
later.
Good night,
Peace.
kids. Well, I love those two, Lael and Mmmm. Are they not fantastic? So, as people are wont to do, or you might know, I have random people such as yourself come on this show late at night sometimes, and because I've been drinking Diet Coke, I think I'm going to do that. So if you have a good camera and you have a good microphone and you want to come on Midnight Musings and muse, hey, look, there's a lot of people in this chat who are taking me to task. And I'm saying, if you want to take me to task live and right in front of me, I promise to be nice. I promise to be nice. Ultramagnetic Lion says, away from mutants in the MCU, Magneto and Xavier have conspired to keep mutants out of history. Now the world hates mutants for not saving them from Thanos. I like that. I am very curious, Ultramagnetic Lion, how we are, in fact, going to get mutants in the MCU. Because I love my X-Men. I have a whole shelves of X-Men hardcovers. I love the X-Men. And how are they going to do it? I don't know. That's not a bad idea. I keep waiting to see how people are going to do it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop the link if you want to come on the show. And hopefully, if you've been on the show before, hold off. Let's see if we get people that haven't. But anyway, I'm going to drop it. Get your camera ready and your mic ready, because I'm going to drop the link. It's going in the live chat right now. Let's see who we get. Bum bum bum. There's a live chat. There's a live chat link. If you want to come on the show, jump on. Let's see. Hang on. Let me disconnect this and bring it back with current previous sessions. Let's see if any of you come on, and I will put you on the show live. And let's see how it goes. I mean, I don't know. It might not go well. Maybe none of you want to jump on the show. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if you do. We'll see who we get. If we get anyone. Don't know. Or we could. Jonathan Namila goes on to say, Rob, what as a producer do you wish a movie crew should understand that don't, or people in general? Rob, as a producer, what is the hardest part of that job? Those are actually good questions. I think that the hardest part of the job is getting the money and getting the material and getting a project off the ground, getting people to buy into it. That's really hard. I think that's the hardest part of the job. I really do. Look who's here. Our first person, Mr. Stubble McShave, a friend of the channel. I'm going to bring Stubble McShave on to this show. You know him. You love him. I was just moving around the Brandon Sanderson book he sent me, which is a very nice book. And I'm still looking for a CD that I don't know where it went. But I'm going to bring on Stubble McShave on the show all the way from Sweden. So hang on. Let me put him in. Stubble, hold on for a second. And I'm going to put you in. Can you say something, Subble, so I can hear you if I know you? Oh, yep, you sound great. You sound great all the way from Sweden. And I'm going to take off the I'm going to let me add your I'm going to put your name up here so people can read it so they know who you are. There you go. And I'm bringing you on. Welcome to Midnight Musings, Stubble. You are live.
Oh,
How are you, sir?
Well, that's exciting, I
Yeah.
suppose.
You're out. You're on the show.
Yeah.
What's going on? Now I'm starting to see stuff about Wheel of Time season 2. Are you excited?
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I like the first season. I like the books better than the show, but
Sure.
we'll see where they take it.
Mm-hmm. Well, so what else is going on? How is Sweden these days? What's summer like in Sweden?
Normally it's mild weather and often rainy, and but sometimes the sun shining and sometimes wonderful weather. Right now it's been a few days where it's been a bit colder, but a few weeks ago it was quite warm. For you it would be a pleasant temperature. For me it's a little too warm sometimes.
Yeah, it's like 100 degrees here. It's a dry heat though, as Hudson said in Aliens. So that's okay. Now, have you seen Thor?
No, I haven't seen it yet. But I may go. From what I hear, I don't think it's. I want something to be grounded, and I don't want too silly in these kinds of movies. I
Yeah,
like silly when it's supposed to be a comedy. So I love the airplane, and I love the goofy where it's supposed to be. But when it breaks the.
Did I lose you? Wait, where did you go? Did you cut off? Did you freeze? You froze. I wonder why you froze. How come you froze? I lost you from Rendezvous. I don't know why. Come back, Stubble. Come back. I don't know what happened. I don't know why you froze. Try and come back to me. Oh, nope, you're back. There you go. You're back now. Okay.
What happened?
Okay, you're back now. So, okay, keep going.
Where was I? Yeah. So sure, I like my fun in my MCU, but I want it to be grounded. I want to. So I don't know if I will go and see it in the theater. Maybe I'll wait until it's get on streaming. We'll see. I will hear from more pundits what they think before I make up my mind.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm with you. I mean, I obviously always have an open mind when I go into movies. I don't pre-make up my mind really until I've seen something. I just thought it was too silly. I just thought it was too silly. So, it just was goofy.
Yeah, because we've established a general tone for the MCU. There's difference between movies. There's a heist movie and there's a thriller and there's whatever, but we still have a baseline that we try to that they try to stick to some degree. But when it goes too far off the mark, it's it doesn't fit the tone. And when you have all these fantastical elements, you have to ground it. It's in something that feels real. That's not too, because it's basically a cartoon with live people, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it kind of is.
Yeah.
That's
so,
exactly.
So we'll see. I'll check some more reviews and then I make up my mind if I'll go see it or if I wait.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I think that there's joy to be had in it, knowing it's silly, but there's all this. My problem again is that it's the tonal shifts. It's I don't want it to be. Jokes are fine. I like again. I like Ragnarok. I like the tone it struck, but this was just too much. Isaiah Ruiz says, Rob, do you think Lady Thor will come back? And did you think the movie used eternity well? Well, I don't know if I should talk about eternity. I think it was used in an interesting fashion. Eternity, again, they introduced these concepts from the comics, especially these cosmic concepts, cosmic entities. It's kind of in a different way than you would normally have seen eternity. I don't know if I liked it. I'd have to think about it, but I mean, I guess it was okay. I think, you know what, Stubble? I think my real problem, I keep saying this, I keep harping on this, I sound like a broken record, but I don't know about the cosmology of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the way they used eternity in this movie. Now I don't want to tell you because I don't want to spoil it for you, but you know, there's death and resurrection involved, and it's odd to me. And I don't understand, like, how does the Marvel Cinematic Universe deal with all of these gods and the Egyptian gods, the Norse gods, the Celestials, the Eternals, you know, the Titans. There's no, all these characters are just intermingling and they don't seem to have any connection to one another, and yet there's new ones almost in every new movie. I mean, I don't know if you're watching Miss Marvel, but they have the idea of the Jinn, you know, and is that real? You know, maybe they couldn't get back to their dimension because it's not even real anymore. Like they've believed in a myth that's not true. I don't know. But there's so many different realms and gods and these characters. How does it all fit together? And I think that maybe that's all part of what they're setting up in Phase 4, but I'm like, I don't like not knowing the answers to this, because it seems like these movies end, they have these huge questions, and then they don't get back to them for a long time, and I don't know what I'm supposed to think.
What I would like to see is imagine a streaming series, TV series, where we have normal people, but we have like an Indiana Jones level type of stuff, but in the Marvel universe, and where they solve different mysteries and things that's connected to the MCU, and there the normal people reflect on what's happening in the world.
Right.
That could work. They could have like the Shield series, but maybe they don't they are don't part of the Shield. They could be a separate type of thing, but then we could have an annual group of people where we get the sense from the ordinary world at the same time as they're solving problems and interesting mysteries, and have its own identity, but we still get to see from the average Joe or the average person, and that could be an ongoing series that's a season every 2 years or whatever.
No, I agree. I mean, I think that, look, as the Marvel Universe goes on further and further, these things are going to get exponentially bigger. I mean, you know, Arashem the Judge, humanity is going to be judged. Maybe that's part of it, and they take the heroes. Like, I don't necessarily... one of the great things about Infinity War was it allowed... You had a villain who had a philosophy. All the characters could be involved. And it was fascinating from my perspective. I didn't find the stuff that happened in Thor Love and Thunder, while it was all kind of interesting, I felt completely disconnected from it all. I didn't buy into it didn't create a reality that I could buy into. You know, like one of the things I love about, and this is true of any fantasy and science fiction, you have to create the world, like, you know, Wheel of Time. You buy into it. You know, the people that love Wheel of Time have bought into the world that Robert Jordan created because he spent so much time building that world. So you understand it and like it. what I think what the Marvel Cinematic Universe has lost for me in Phase 4 is, while I did like Shang-Chi, and I liked Eternals more than most people, but that's only because I look past the flaws of Eternals because I like the idea of ancient astronauts and all that. But even I can recognize Eternals didn't play fair, I thought, with, if the Eternals are what they say they are, the deviants, we have to hunt down the deviants. The deviants they were just like monsters. They didn't want anything. They just appeared and wreaked havoc. And it's like, well, that's not how the deviants were in the comics. And I don't even understand, what were they doing? Who cares?
Yeah.
I understand they're going to kill them, but there was something really interesting that was going on at the time with the Eternals and what was happening. And they didn't really explore that. They didn't explore the adult nature of the rift in the team. And like with Thor, Love and Thunder, there's all this, again, big cosmology. We talk about eternity. We talk about characters, kids coming back and kids being imbued with the power of Thor and all this stuff that's happening. And it's just like, whatever, man. And I'm like, I don't want to feel that way about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I've really enjoyed it. But maybe it's time to hang it up. I don't know.
I would see them delve into these things a little bit deeper, not just do the surface thing. Like you said, there's many concepts introduced in Thor. I haven't seen it, but from what you tell me, but they should have gone a little deeper in each. Instead of having 20 things, have 2 things and really delve into them and make that interesting. Because if things are not connected, and things need to be connected to some, not all, but many of the fantastical elements need to be connected in some ways so they seem real. If they're we pick one thing from here and one thing from there and just make a mess of it all, then it doesn't feel like it's real. It's just a number of ideas they've thrown together, but there's no substance to it.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that for me, Thor was really, there's always been a reality, even Shang-Chi begins in San Francisco, and they're you've got these 2 kind of ne'er-do-well best friends that are hanging out, and you believe them. You believe that, okay, they're in an American city. I get it. And then it gets more fantastical as it goes along. And by the end of the movie, you're totally in fantasy land, but it's earned the right to go there because these characters remained grounded, and what went on seemed fairly, realistic, as opposed to, if you can call it that. But I mean, I think Love and Thunder was so out there, and it was all it needed more realism. I mean, I get the idea that New Asgard has become a tourist destination and all of that, but and it's kind of played straight, but I would love to know what the Asgardians, beyond the obvious, what's it like for their civilization to have lost their home and this place. I would like to have seen them delve into that, because there's a whole storyline in the Marvel Comics, the Siege storyline, when the Dark Avengers take out, as New Asgard was in Oklahoma, but that was a big deal. And I feel like, I want it half and half. I want to get some reality, and I want to see the world move forward. And one of my problems I have with Star Trek Strange New Worlds is it's very difficult for me to suspend my disbelief and watch this show, because it's very much a constructed TV show. It doesn't feel, if it makes any sense, it doesn't feel real, even though obviously nothing is real, but I don't believe it. When I watch Star Trek Strange...
There's no verisimilitude.
There's no verisimilitude on any level. I don't believe the sets. I don't believe the colors. I don't believe anything about the show. I like Anson Mount. I believe Anson Mount's performance. I don't believe he's a Starfleet captain on a Federation starship. He doesn't act that way at all. There's no military discipline. Nobody acts like they're in the military. It's a very weird thing to watch, because I want to believe it. I just don't believe it. I don't believe any of Strange New Worlds. So when these stories happen, I'm watching nonsense. I'm watching something that I can't buy into, and nobody gets it. They're like, you just hate modern Star Trek to hate modern Star Trek, and I'm like, no, I'm waiting for my belief to be. I want to suspend my disbelief, and I wonder if they know how to do that. And I think it's a hard thing. You know, I did 2 Designing Hollywood podcasts today, and both of I talked to veteran costume designers, Ellen Moroznik, who did everything from Starship Troopers to Fatal Attraction to Basic Instinct. I mean, her credits are impeccable, and she's like, nowadays, she just finished Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer. And she was like, you know, of all the directors I've worked with, like, Christopher Nolan is in charge. He knows what he wants. He's a real director. He knows what's happening. If he makes a decision, it's his decision. There's nobody second guessing him. I don't have to deal with a committee. I feel like the modern age that the people that people are working on these things honestly don't know what they're doing. They don't understand how to have a point of view. They're worried about saying that this is the way they should do it. And I don't blame. I completely relate to that. And I feel like all the great modern shows, all of our great entertainments have authorship behind them. You know, they have people that knew what they were doing and said, this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
So,
but I have an idea. It may be wrong, but for when it concerns 4, it will take just a few seconds for me to make this come clear. But when you start out with MCU, you had Iron Man, and that was, you had the real world. It was a foundation, and then you extrapolated with some fantastical elements, right? And then you had the other MCU movies, and subsequently your foundation became the movies that you built on. So you could go more and more extreme the more movies you had.
Yep.
Because you had a foundation of the earlier movies, right?
Yes.
Now with 4, they're going out there, and that's fine. As I said, I haven't seen it yet. I just heard people talk about it, so I may be way off here. But I think the foundation they had when they made 4 wasn't the established movies in the tone. It wasn't the because we have established characters like 4 and the others, but you extrapolate from something that they never established earlier.
Right.
So all of a sudden it's just out here without any foundation.
Yep.
Did I make myself clear? I don't know.
No, I know.
It was clear in my head, but I
know exactly what you mean. I mean, what's really interesting is not only did they establish the characters, but they established the universe at the same time. So, like Iron Man, when Iron Man starts, you know, you meet Tony Stark, going to a weapons. He's demonstrating his weapons. You know, he's not doing superhero things. You don't know anything about the Marvel universe. He's a weapons dealer. His company makes weapons, and he's going to demonstrate them. He's with the military, and so you're meeting him as a person. He's interacting with army officers. He's showing exactly who he is as an industrialist, and there's no fantasy yet. So there's no Marvel universe. You're meeting a dude, a guy that you believe he's a rich industrialist. He's just one of the smartest men in the world. He's a technologist. But you're getting to meet him. There's no Marvel Cinematic Universe. There's just Tony Stark. You know, and you're establishing that character. And the entirety of Iron Man 1 is establishing who Tony Stark is. And then he starts building, you know, the Iron Man armor. He first builds the Iron Man Mark 1 in the cave, and he comes out, and it's very clunky and whatever. And you see his technology develop over time. So by the end of the movie, and everything that happens in Iron Man 1, you now believe that Iron Man himself can exist. You've seen the character of Tony Stark. You've seen him create Iron Man. And at the end, that's all they ask you to believe, is that Iron Man is real. Tony Stark's a real guy. Stark Industries is a real company. And Tony Stark has used his smarts to build Iron Man. I believe that. And it was great because it established the world is close to our world. So at the end of that movie, the post-credit scene, when Nick Fury shows up and says, "Let me tell you about the Avengers Initiative," and then you're like, "Oh, okay," and then when you meet Thor and Captain America, it's the same thing. They spend time introducing you to this world, like Thor's fallen to Earth, Captain America, Steve Rogers is a nebbishy guy, short, not physically powerful, ends up taking the super soldier serum after the army recognizes him as was Dr. Erskine or whatever, recognizes him as a true hero. The test when he throws himself on a hand grenade and all that. So it's all slowly built up. The Marvel Universe, we meet the characters and well, now that the Marvel Universe exists, when we meet a character like Shang-Chi, we don't have any, like, it's been 23 movies, but we don't have any sense of who he is. We've heard of the 10 Rings or whatever, but we haven't seen him, and we haven't seen where he's come from. So it's hard to buy into it, I think.
Yeah.
And you don't have the background. You don't have the background that we used to have, or you're not getting the same background, at least.
Yeah, but I get it. Other people don't have the same, because I need to have that foundation for me to appreciate this type of stuff. But other people don't need that, and they are fine with the movie, and they like the movie, and all power to them. But for me, I need to feel that it's a possible reality.
Oh no, I agree. I think you're absolutely right. It's a possible reality. So we have Tom Jr. Jackson is here. I'm going to put you in with Tom Jr. Jackson, Stubble. How do you feel about that?
Oh, Tom is such a horrible person.
Yeah,
no, he's the goofiest person around.
Yeah, he's a goof person. So we'll put Tom in, and hang on, let me just put you both in the shot, and Tom can weigh in on this. Actually, Tom asked me to check my DMs, and we haven't had that conversation yet. So hold on. I'm taking people out, and let me bring this down, and I'm going to bring, what else am I missing? I'm going to bring you guys, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tom Jr. Jackson to a late night Midnight Musings, along with Stubble McShave, two longtime members of the Post-Geek Singularity. Tom Jr. Jackson, for those of you who don't know, coined the phrase, "We are all goof people." Now, Tom, you had an operation. You had a cataract operation this week.
Yes, I did, on my right eye.
Was that scary?
Yeah, at first, going in there waiting for it, and the doctor came in and he goes, "Oh, this is going to be fine. You're going to be okay." And around the corner from me, there's like a curtain, and he goes to the lady next to me. "This was easy, wasn't it? Say yes." And that made me laugh, and that put me at ease. But they put you into, they give you like a little sedative, so you're not quite awake, not quite asleep, because they have to have you awake so they know what they're doing is okay with your eye. And they have you stare up at a light in the ceiling, and you watch it till that comes in the frame and stuff like that. It was really interesting. But yeah, as soon as they did it, they take out your lens, which is in the back of your eye. They dissolve it, and then they suck it out, and they put like this little, I don't know, like a lens type thing, like a piece of plastic or whatever, in your eye, and it clears it right up. Like, I can, distance wise, I can see, but I still got to use glasses for reading.
Wow. Okay. Well, is it, you can see better though?
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes of surgery, 30 minutes of recovery, and then I got to go home.
Wow. Well, that's good. By the way, Nightcrawler sent in a super sticker. Thank you, Nightcrawler. I very much appreciate that. And Jonathan, he's got some questions. Jonathan Namile keeps firing in tips here. I'll throw them out to you guys. Rob, have you heard about Emma Stone's movie Poor Things? It's a new movie. It's directed by Yorgos Lanthimos, who made lots of interesting movies, including The Killing of a Sacred Deer. She's a scientist called Billy Baser that dies and comes back to life. It's like the opposite of a Frankenstein movie. It sounds great, and they're in post-production. I will watch any movie that he makes, and I'll watch any movie Emma Stone is in because I like them.
I haven't heard of that movie.
Yeah, I've never heard of it either, but I'll take your word for it, Jonathan. And Jonathan goes on to say, Rob, with PlayStation Studios official now, is there any chance we get a live-action movie based on the medieval games? I don't know those games. I think could be interesting live action. What PlayStation games are you excited to become TV shows or movies? Well, God of War. Bring on God of War. I want to see a killer
Who's
God of
doing
War
that?
movie. Well, I know that Sony's announced it. I don't know who's going to make it. I'm not sure who's
I-
going to make it, but I would love to see a good God of
I
War
heard,
movie.
I thought I heard it was either Amazon or I think maybe Amazon that's doing that one.
Yeah, it
That
might
could
be. It might be. But I know it's going to be a series, but I'd love to see a great God of War movie.
Mm.
Do you play God of War, Stubble?
I played some of it, but I haven't finished it. But it's a great game.
Yeah, it's a great game. And I think I love Kratos is a great character, and I'd love to see that get turned into a movie. Jonathan goes on to say, Rob, Will Cluck has dropped the ball on the Easy A prequel. Rob, we need you as a producer. You can finally get to work with Emma Stone and meet her. Your dream come true. Make it happen, Rob. Well, the thing about that, Jonathan, you asked earlier about what does a producer do. I don't think there'd be any way that I could actually acquire the rights to an Easy A sequel. And if I could, I'd need a lot of money to do it. But that would be what a producer does, is to get the rights to do that sequel. I really liked Easy A. I thought that was a really great movie. I thought Emma Stone was great in it. So
Fantastic.
yeah, it's a really good movie. And
Very original, but I know
Yeah.
it's based on the Scarlet Letter or something like that.
Yep. But still,
Yeah.
it was really good. Again, that was a movie where I liked all the characters. You know, I even liked the relationship that Emma Stone had with like that one teacher or whatever, was a guidance counselor teacher. I forget. I haven't seen it in a while, but I thought it was great. And you know, a sequel. I don't know if I'd want to see a prequel. It'd be really interesting to see Emma Stone go off to college and see where that led her. But yeah, I mean, I'd watch that movie. I like that movie. I liked it a lot.
What year did that come out, though? Because if
I don't know, like
they
10 years ago?
yeah, okay. So I was
Something
like,
like
oh, maybe she could pull off college.
College,
You
yeah.
know, as an older person, but yeah.
Yeah, and also, Jonathan, another, like, I'm a huge Ghost of Tsushima fan. I mean, I would love to see a Ghost of Tsushima movie, but I don't know if anybody here, like, if somebody made a Ghost of Tsushima movie, I'd love to see it made in Japan by Japanese filmmakers. You know, if I'm going to watch a movie about, you know, that era, I'd rather have it be made in Japan. I mean, they could make it in Japan in Japanese. I think that'd be great. But
I'm down for that.
yeah, I mean, I think that would be really, really cool. Although, you know, it gets harder. I think it gets harder and harder to make samurai movies as the years go by. You know, it's just tough. That's a tough genre.
Did I hear that Taika Waititi is doing Time Bandits?
Yes, as a series.
Is it a remake? Oh, as a series.
Yeah, it is a remake.
Yeah. So I
And
just watched the movie. I had the Criterion thing. I finally watched it tonight.
had you seen it before?
I was obsessed with that movie as a kid.
Oh,
Loved
how does it hold up?
it still holds up pretty good. And you know, I forgot that Sean Connery is in it.
Oh yeah, he's Agamemnon, right?
Yeah, and then he's the fireman at the end as well.
Yep. Mom,
Yeah,
Dad, don't touch it. It's
It's
evil. I love that. I haven't seen, you know, I have
Mm.
Time Bandits. I haven't watched Time Bandits in forever.
I watched it with the commentary tonight,
Oh, was it good?
and it's Terry Gilliam, and then one of the producers, and then John Cleese and Michael Palin, because Michael Palin wrote it with him, and it does
Right.
have that Monty Python-ish feel to it. But
Yeah.
I also watched Double Indemnity today
Oh,
for the
what'd you think
first
of that?
time.
Wasn't it great?
That is a fantastic movie.
It's so good, and that 4K
It
is
is.
beautiful.
Yeah, and I only got that movie is because they used part of that in Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid.
Right? Yep.
And I was like, well, I got to see this movie now, and everybody kept talking about it these past few days. But yeah, there's a movie that you mentioned the other day, and I had to get it, and now I can't remember which one it was. You were like talking about it a lot. On
New movie, old movie?
I think it was an older movie, and it's probably somewhere in one of my stacks. And when we get off this, I'll go, that's it. But
Right.
yeah, I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once, which it's a beautiful movie.
Yeah. Did you get the 4K disc?
I got the Blu-ray.
Oh, nice.
I ended up getting that, and I ended up saving $25 on it.
Oh, well, that's even better. You got a Schnäppchen.
Oh yes, but
But
yeah, just it
What?
has such a deeper
What's that,
meaning
Stubble?
to it.
no, I'm sorry to break. But speaking of time bandits and absurdist humor, I think you need, if you're going to adapt like Terry Pratchett or Douglas Adams, I think you need a absurdist director in charge of something like that to get the tone right, because they haven't really managed it with the Hitchhikers so far. I would like to see, maybe that's something for Taika Waititi.
Yeah.
Maybe he could get it right, because he has an absurdist mind, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
agree.
could, you know,
Human Kirk says the best way to wake up on a Sunday morning, Rob. Well, Human Kirk, thank you for that. Or it's the best way to go to bed on a Sunday or a Saturday evening, Sunday morning. I appreciate that. But you're obviously that's a Euro, so you're in Europe. But yeah, I'm glad people are buying these movies. I'm glad Criterion's putting things out in 4K. I mean, Double Indemnity is kind of the Star Wars of film noir. And when I say Star Wars of film noir, it's that classic. You know, it's that it defined a genre, and it's great.
I think it was Ray Garton who tweeted to me, "It's the greatest movie about the insurance business."
that's I love Ray Garton. He's
great. He's a
great.
good friend.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have a shelf of his books. There. Let's see, where are they? I can't see where I'm pointing. I have to find the live feed. So this shelf, it's all up in here. I have a lot of Ray Garton's books. I'm a big fan.
Rob, someone asked this in the chat earlier. How is your mom doing?
She's doing good. You know, I talk to her. I talk to her every week. She's doing good. Her foot is, or her knee is better. I think she's lonely. You know, I think if nothing else, she's lonely, but she's doing good. You know, she sees my sister every week and the kids, my sister's kids. But I appreciate people
Yeah,
asking.
because someone said it's been a while since Rob's called his mom. I go, yeah, I think it's a bit late for him to call his mom right now.
Yeah, I can't call my mom at 1:47 in the morning. She wouldn't pick up the phone anyway. But no, she's doing good. I talk to my mom every week. I talk to her on Sunday every day, so which is pretty good.
But just a quick, you mentioned the Sanderson book earlier.
Yes, the Sanderson book that you gave me, which is right on. It's right there. It's on this shelf right here.
Because he talked on his YouTube channel, so he talked about that every studio and every streaming service has been in contact with him in the last few days, few weeks.
Wow.
And he's in a position where he can say no. He has the money, so he holds the cards in the negotiation to a big extent. So I hope we see something in a few years.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did something unprecedented. I mean, that money, who would have thought an author could make, what, $40 million or something? Crowdfunding?
Yeah, and just one small thing, then we'll leave that topic. But the leather-bound editions.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one that's released in summer 2023. He's already starting to sign all the books, so he has time to sign them in time.
Oh, I love
so
that.
he's over 1 year ahead of time.
Now, is that one of the crowdfunded books?
No, no. That's
wow.
But it sells them via Kickstarter anyway. But it's a complicated thing.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Lavery Adams says, I don't know if you talked about this, but did Kevin Feige build a great team around him? I think he did. I think Kevin Feige's got a great team at Marvel, especially his two lieutenants, Victoria Alonso and Louis Esposito. I think he's got a great team of people, and the whole story group that they used to have that they dissolved, but then all the people that are doing the action sequences. I mean, Marvel is certainly they're churning out. They never half-ass it. I mean, we might not have liked Thor: Love and Thunder, but it wasn't for a lack of. They gave Taika Waititi pretty much carte blanche, and he went and made the movie he wanted to make. And Marvel tries to make those movies the best they can be. So I think Marvel is definitely a company that is doing what they want. I mean, they really deserve all the kudos in the world, and Kevin Feige did, I think, build a good team around himself. Mista 47.
Taika Waititi said that he was going to make a movie that Thor fans would not want to watch, and he was going to make it a movie about love. That's why it was the way it was.
Right.
It was. I think he was saying that just to get everybody going. But I'll say this. The only thing I didn't understand was the accent that Russell Crowe used. I don't know if it was Greek or Italian.
Yeah, it's pretty goofy.
Like, why does he sound like Mario all of a sudden? It's just is he gonna go down a pipe all of a sudden and fight some dragons? I don't know, but that's the only thing I had with it. It confused me, but I really liked how they brought all those gods together. Because I think I heard even a shout out to Kanju.
Yeah,
one from
Khonshu.
Yeah, because I thought I heard them say that. I'm like, did I just?
Yep, they did. Yeah. Yep.
So, and I think they were going to include the what is it? Not Moonlight, the Thor reference in Moonlight, but they said it wouldn't have made any. It wouldn't have made a difference, but it would have confused everything. But I'm glad that they gave that a shout out at least.
Yeah, for sure.
So now that is now included in the MCU bigger universe now. So who knows?
Yeah.
If we'll see that character again, but yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like that scene. I kind of like, should we help him? No. He's fine. Let him, just give him the rope. He'll be fine,
Yep.
But yeah, it was a fun movie. I liked it. I had a good time. But I have to say that I think maybe, yes, they could have expanded God Butcher a bit more.
Yeah.
I think maybe a bit more menacing. I think maybe he could have taken out a kid or two just to shock people.
Yeah, I agree. He wasn't fearsome enough. I mean, Christian Bale was giving it his all too, and I wanted to see more of that character, more mayhem. And again, it goes back to my own cosmology. How do the death of gods affect the MCU? Do they affect the MCU? I mean, what if you're killing gods and these gods exist and they have acolytes or they have, like, what does that mean for the rest of the universe?
Right.
Like if a celestial goes down, like we saw in Eternals, what does that mean? Like if a celestial's emerging and you turn it to stone when it's coming out, are there repercussions? Like, what do the rest of the Celestials think? I mean, I
remember seeing the Celestials in it too.
Right, I know.
They were. And I was like, oh, so like I think we're gonna see something here. I think at some point a lot of this stuff is going to come back probably into phase 5. And I think
Sure.
they're not doing everything as connected as can be in this phase. But I think at some point we will see all the stuff come back and people will be like, wait, did they mention this, this, and this? Like, I just saw the other day that they got this thing on one of the Marvel, the Disney cruise ships. There's a whole restaurant based around Marvel,
Yeah.
and they do a whole show with what's his name, Paul Rudd and Evangeline Lilly, and Paul Rudd actually addresses the Ant-Man theory that everybody had,
Yep.
and that made, and I watched the whole thing. It made me laugh, but they brought in Miss Marvel for that, and she was great in that little thing. So I think it's going to be fun once they put her like in a bigger movie at more time and in the suit and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be fun.
I hope
You
so.
know, I do wish there's a bit more episodes because I'm having a blast with this and I want it to go on.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
I think what the MCU needs right now, it's a Daredevil type series, similar to Netflix. Maybe they have to tone it down a little bit, but where we meet the average person.
Yeah, no,
Mm.
I agree. I'd love to see that. I mean, I love Jessica Jones. Well, at least the first season of Jessica Jones. I'd like to see. You know, we'll see. I mean, these 6-episode shows. I'm hoping She-Hulk will be good. You know, I want She-Hulk to be good.
Yeah.
I want them all to be good. I just hope that I don't know. I mean, I'm watching all this stuff, but I'm finding myself less and less engaged by it all.
Yeah,
You know,
it's less and less. It's less and less grounded. It's less and less connected to us.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. Mista47 says the 4K transfer of Drive from Second Sight is A+. You know, I placed an order. I have an order for that, but I haven't received it yet because I said that I have that and Lake Mungo and then The Witch. There's special edition of The Witch that comes out the 25th of July, so they'll finally ship me all of those discs at once. But I can't wait to get that box set of Drive. It's amazing.
Did you get anything from the Criterion sale?
Not yet. It's still going on. You know,
Mm.
I haven't, but I will. I mean, I'll pick up. There's some new things I want to pick up, but I pretty much, you know, all the Criterion stuff. I have most of the Criterion stuff that I want.
Yeah.
But as I delve into that deeper, there's always something to pick up. But I love those Criterion sales.
And I love the older movies. I think one of the sales I ended up getting Seven Samurai, and I love that movie.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I love that. I like one of the movies I do enjoy, and I'll watch it every now and then. It's The In-Laws.
Oh, it's
Like
so
if you
good.
want a good laugh, that's a great. It's a matter of fact, The In-Laws was supposed to be a sequel at one point, The Freebie and the Bean.
Yep.
And if you guys haven't seen Freebie and the Bean,
Oh,
it's
Freebie and the
an
Bean. It's so
interesting.
great. Rest in peace, James Caan.
Yeah.
I mean,
But Rob, you start to look a little bit tired. It's what's the time? And
I
at your
am tired.
place?
I think I'm gonna have to call it because Dieter and I are gonna do a show tomorrow. I'm exhausted. It's almost 2 a.m. here,
Yeah.
and we've been streaming since 9:30.
Yeah.
So
Just a quick question.
yes, sir.
Whining about movies. When is it back?
Oh, we're bringing back Whining About Movies next week. Not this coming week, but the week after. And I don't know what we're gonna watch, but we're gonna start doing it like 3 times a week. So yes.
What about Robservations?
That I'm gonna bring that back this week. This week I'm bringing back Robservations, and I'm gonna do at least 3 a week from now on. I miss doing it. Everyone's asking me where is it. You know.
And when we say this week, you mean next week?
No. I think I'm gonna start Robservations this week. Just because I have
Because
a lot.
You mean tomorrow then? Because then it's next week.
Oh well, then it's now. Yes, starting next week. That's right.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah, because I miss it, and I haven't done it in a long time. I've done it like 2 months, and I'm gonna start doing. I have so much to say, but you know, it's kind of nice because I was getting too negative. Lavery Adams says, where has the quality gone then? That's a good, I mean, that's a pretty general question, but you know, I everybody wants to make, nobody sets out to make something that isn't good. But I think, you know, Wakanda Forever will be the 30th Marvel movie. And I think for the most part, 30 movies, for the most part, there's a lot of high quality entertainment there. But I do think that you get to the point where it's like, enough. Like, I honestly think I'm sort of maybe at the end of my, I mean, I'll watch Marvel movies, but they're all the kind of the same. Like, what am I watching them for? What am I getting out of Marvel movies? I mean, if you're getting entertainment, fine, but I wish that there was more going on. And maybe they'll add that, but I think that was what made the Marvel Cinematic Universe so much fun, was that they were all very satisfying. And now I think they're not as satisfying. I don't know. Glenn Mark asks, Rob, have you seen YouTube's Gazelle Automations? What if Filmation made animated episodes of Voyager and the Next Generation? I have. I mean, so for those of you who don't know, they're making animated episodes. They look like the Filmation Star Trek, the animated series from 73 and 74. And they're taking audio clips from various episodes and animating them. I think they're really good. It'd be nice to see original stories though, but I understand you can't. I mean, they can't.
Someone's doing something similar to that, but they've taken the idea of the Golden Girls and they set it in the future, and it's set in 3033.
I'd watch that.
And yeah, and they found the Fountain of Youth, and Sophia is now like some sort of robot or something like a big metallic robot. It's
Really?
and it sounds really. There's I'll have to find the video and send it to you. But it's like there's a 5-minute pilot for it, and this guy is trying to get it set the series somewhere.
Wow.
And what it sounds like, it sounds really funny how they want to do that. This was while they were making some other show, and they were just knocking things around the writer's room, and the guy kept coming back to this. And instead of waiting for someone to greenlight it, he just went and made it himself.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
Andrew R. says, good morning from the East Coast. Big fan of your work. Heading to the beach for my morning jog and walk. I'm seeing Thor 4 for the 3rd time later this morning. I'll try and stop by your physical media stream later today. Have a good day, everyone. Well, thank you, Andrew R. That sounds, what a great way to wake up in the morning, go into the beach for a jog or walk. I'd love that. That's a lot of fun. Hopefully you'll come by. And I really only have like one disc I bought this week, but we'll have good news. There's a really interesting story about the PlayStation store in Europe that we'll cover, that Dieter and I will cover. Jonathan Namila goes on to say, Rob, just for fun, if you could direct any movie with any budget, with any cast, what would it be about and who would be in it? Oh man, that's a tough one. I mean, pick any movie. I would probably. Oh, go ahead.
How about the movie that you're working on that you can't say anything about?
Oh, the one that I've been working
script.
on for a while. Yeah, I mean, I would do that. There's a book that I've wanted to adapt for very long. I've been working on the script and storyboards for it. I would do that, but I mean, but if I could do any movie, like I, you know what? If I could do any movie, there's a book written by Donna Tartt called The Secret History. It's about college kids in an interesting philosophy class. They're studying Greek classics. And people have been trying to make this book. I mean, the problem with Donna Tartt is she's only written 3 books. She wrote The Goldfinch, that was turned into a not very good movie, The Little Friend, and her first book, The Secret History, which I love. And I would love to do The Secret History. I don't know who would be in it, because it's all college kids. It's kids of college age, and I'd probably want to, cast them all.
What kind of budget are we talking about?
What kind of what?
Budget. How much money?
It wouldn't be that expensive because it's just shot at the college. There's not really, it takes place in the real world. There's no visual effects in it. Not really. So, it'd be, I'd say make it for 40 or 50 million bucks, you know, but you'd have to have a great college to shoot it at, and you'd have to have a great ensemble cast. But I just, you know, I miss, you know, it's funny. This is really interesting. So today, when I interviewed Ellen Moroznik, I was looking at her list of credits, and all the movies she worked on that I love, whether she's working on Fatal Attraction, or she worked on Jacob's Ladder, or Basic Instinct, or Ridley Scott's Black Rain, or Steven Spielberg's Always, they were all what I would call like real movies. Like they were all adult-oriented films that were pretty much set in the real world. I mean, she did do Starship Troopers, and she worked for Verhoeven a lot, and she worked for Jan de Bont as well. But like none of the movies that I really love, that like Fatal Attraction, Fatal Attraction would be a Netflix series, and they're remaking it as a series now. And
Yeah.
all these movies that I went to go see when I was a person growing up, I mean, I look at my physical media collection over here, and it's like, they don't even make those movies anymore. Like, no one's going to make a movie like an erotic thriller like Basic Instinct, you know, a cop movie who's searching for a murderer. That would end up being a show, a streaming series. They wouldn't do it. And all the movies that I really grew up liking are not being made anymore. And that was, I was talking with her about it. I go, you know, these are the movies that adults wanted to go see. And even as a kid, I wanted to live in the adult world. So I would watch a lot of these like films, and they're just not making them anymore. And I looked at her filmography, which is extensive, and I love her work, but they're just not making those kinds of movies. And I think that's kind of a problem now, that all we get is big spectacle. All we get is big, whether they're comic books or science fiction or horror or whatever. I like all those kinds of movies. But, you know, give me a great Hunt for Red October, which is a great it's Tom Clancy book. No one's going to make that movie, you know, and I love Hunt for Red October.
Yeah.
And
another one that they're not going to make that I loved it is Dead Poet Society.
Oh, yeah. I mean, exactly.
That wouldn't work as a streaming series either. It needs to be a movie, but they wouldn't make it today.
You know, I found
out
out something about Dead Poet Society the other day that blew my mind. The guy who directed the movie Tough Guys with Burt Lancaster and Kirk Douglas, he was supposed to direct Dead Poet Society.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He wanted a dramatic actor to play the lead, and the studio didn't want it. They wanted a comedian or a comic actor. He didn't want that, and so they gave him the heave-ho, and they ended up getting Robin Williams. But then again, he also was going to do Good Morning Vietnam. He turned that down.
Wow.
The Kino Lorber Blu-ray for Tough Guys, if you watch the what do you call it, the commentary, he starts talking about movies he turned down while making this. He's like, maybe I shouldn't be talking about this. I'm going to talk about it anyways.
Yeah.
And he starts talking about movies he's turned down.
Yeah, nobody cares anymore about what you talk about. It used to be like, no, you can't talk about that.
Yeah, like the movies he talked about that he turned down were amazing.
Yeah.
Like that movie, really? Yeah. And he said they took the right director for Good Morning Vietnam. He said I couldn't do that with Robin Williams. It would be too much for me. I wouldn't be able to get that right.
Oh yeah.
But
no, Boat, by the way, Boat says what do you guys think of this? My pitch for a new Bond. The vibe of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy combined with the action of John Wick. I mean, I like that. I mean, that would be a lot of fun. I just don't know. Here's my thing about the James Bond franchise, something I've loved my whole life. I don't know what you do with James Bond in the modern age. And I think that was a big problem with the Daniel Craig Bond movies. You know, when they tried to make him, Casino Royale was pretty great. You know, terrorists financing and Le Chiffre holding people's money and getting into trouble. I mean, but the other Bond films, who's the villain? You know, what do you do in this day and age? How do you make a James Bond movie even work? I don't even know if you can.
To be in
And
that room right now to figure out how they're redesigning the character is got to be something like being a fly on the wall, trying to figure out how they're going to achieve doing that.
I don't know. To be honest,
And
I don't. I'm dubious as to even if we need James Bond.
because James Bond always had a kind of fantastical element.
Yeah,
in
I mean the
in its
movies did
villains.
certainly,
Yeah,
and the books
and
too.
yeah, and the twinkle in the eye, that's more or less disappeared with Craig, I think.
Yeah, he was so dour. I mean, James
Yeah,
Bond had fun being James Bond.
yeah.
And no, I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you make James Bond. I mean, if you think about it, we've had Daniel Craig since 2006. You know, we've almost had it's what for 16 years we've had this dour Bond, and who growled and died, and it's like he never even went on a real mission. You know, never just dispatched him to go on a real mission. It was always either cleaning up something or dealing with something, and I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can do that now. I mean, I know they want to make James Bond movies because they make money, but I have to tell you, the Mission Impossible movies have supplanted Mission Impossible, Ghost Protocol, Rogue Nation, and Fallout were better than the Bond movies were. They had better action set pieces, and they were more fun to watch. So
Whatever
I've
they
been
do,
watching.
whatever
Go
they do
ahead.
with Bond, they won't please everyone. There will always be someone who's pissed off about something.
yeah, that's true.
I've been watching old episodes of The Saint. I would like to see them do something with that.
Yeah, well, they did. I mean, they did the movie in the the 90s? Was it Val
Yeah,
Kilmer?
Yeah, with Val
yeah.
Kilmer. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all right. You know, I like the music.
By the
in it.
way, rumor is not. I shouldn't say rumor, but like Miles Teller has come out saying that he's talked to Tom Cruise about maybe doing a Top Gun 3.
I could see that with the amount of money it made, $1 billion. Why not? Although I hope they kind of don't. You know, I
It's
mean,
like
Yeah, take the win and go.
yeah,
exactly.
I would do that. Plus, he's got 2 Mission Impossible movies coming out. Lavery Adams says, "A last one. I need help. I need help to write a book script. Any suggestions?" Um, well, I don't. What do you mean when you need a collaborator or you need help? It's hard to say. I mean,
I would say check out Brandon Sanderson's YouTube lectures on writing science fiction and fantasy.
yeah,
That would work for books. I don't know if it works for
Film.
scripts, but then you have what is called Robert Mc something. He's an older man who has a YouTube. I can find it.
yeah. I mean, you know, it's to write. I mean, it's hard. Look, all I can say is writing is hard. Being a great writer is hard. And all I can say about writing a screenplay, people who want to write screenplays have to remember that everything in a screenplay has to be evocative of something visual. When you're writing a scene description, you don't write things like a man walks into a room. Well, how does he walk into the room? What kind of a room is it? You know, when you're writing a screenplay, every word that you put down on a script page should be evocative, or a sentence should be evocative of something. You know, so nobody just walks into a room. You bound into a room. You slink into a room, you know. And you need to do that. You need to when you're writing a screenplay, you need to think in those kind of terms, because when you're reading a screenplay, you should conjure up the images of the movie that you're about to watch or the movie that you're going to make. And if it's not doing that, then you're not a good screenwriter. You know, so that's what you want to do. You want to make your screenwriting, to be a great screenwriter, make sure that all of your language is very evocative, and it immediately allows your reader to understand or to see in their mind's eye exactly where they are and what's going on. And that's, I think a lot of people mistake that when they're writing screenplays, but don't. You're painting pictures with words for people. And then, you know, if you want to write a book, I mean, that's harder. I would say read a lot.
Yeah.
Concentrate.
And
Pick your favorite. If you want to write a book, pick your 10 favorite books, and use them as a template. What makes those books your favorite? Why do you love those books? And start examining, looking at your favorite books. Start examining how they're written. How things work, how the structure works. What does the writing look like? And you can go from there. And also, I think it's important to know where you're going in the story. Don't just start and try and make it up. You don't have to have an extensive outline, but know where your story's going. Where do you want to end it? Because you can't write a good story if you don't know the ending. So that's my advice.
Pretty good.
start with the end and plot backwards.
Yeah, 100%. RRTNZ sends in a super sticker. I got to find out the names of all these super stickers.
A little blob dancing.
Yeah, this one, the dancing blob. But yeah, so
Were you caught up on super chats?
I think so. Because I think I'm gonna call it, guys. I think I'm going to end this stream.
Well, thank you, Rob, for letting me come on and hang out with you guys.
Yeah,
Stubble,
this
it's
was a
always
lot of
good to
fun.
see you.
I want to thank,
Yeah,
first of all, I
I-
want to thank you for moderating. I want to thank Bunyan Snipe is here moderating. Thank you for that. I don't know who else is here. I want to thank everybody for supporting the channel via super chats and tips. Thank you very much. I want to thank Lael and I want to thank Mmmm for coming on the channel. And
Which,
tomorrow,
by the way, if you all want to, at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 a.m. West Coast time, come to Positive Fandom and join RM for a little Sunday brunch live and join the chat there.
that
'Cause
will
I'll
be
be there moderating that, and it's fun. We get a good crowd in that, and come join us, people. It'll be fun.
like the Evil Dead said, join us. I like that.
Become one of us.
Yeah, and
What?
Tom, what are we all?
We are all goof people.
We are all goof people. Lavery Adams says, thank you. Sends in a super sticker. I appreciate that. The super chat. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that. The Bunyan Snipe says, Reg Jean Page to star in Paramount's The Saint reboot. Well, there you go.
Yeah. And that's a great show. If any of you have the Peacock, check out the original with Roger Moore, the Saint. It's a great show.
Yeah, I love The Saint. I love Roger Moore in it. It was good stuff.
I found Robert McKee. He has a YouTube channel you can check out for
Oh, yeah. Robert McKee used to,
script writing.
yeah, he used to teach a class that oh, Alex Detman was here too. I didn't see you. Well, Alex, thank you for moderating. I appreciate it. I didn't see you. I
He's a
didn't go
great
back far
moderator.
enough. Thank you for that. I appreciate you, Alex. And everyone's like, hey, Alex is here. Alex is here. And look at that. Love Chat XYZ,
Yeah.
best adult dating site.
I'll get it for you.
Oh, no, I think it's fun. I like the best adult. Why is it the best? How can they prove it to me that they're the best?
My one's the favorite is naked women, no clothes. I'm like, oh, is that what naked means?
Yeah, what a bummer. Naked women, no clothes. As if that's all you want. Naked women, no clothes.
Right.
What if they have lots of money? What if they're rich naked women with no clothes? Or what if they have access to getting you the materials to make a movie?
I was just gonna
I'd
say
rather
that.
have a rich naked producer women. I'd be like, oh, if it's a producer and they can help me get a movie made, I don't care if they're naked. I mean, it's like,
And what if they're sadistic?
oh, that could be fun. That could be very fun. But it's like my mom used to say to me, she's like, Rob, you need to go find a rich girl. And I'm like, what good is that going to do me? Like, she's not going to give me her money, Mom. She's going to expect me to carry my own weight, and I never understood it. She still says, I'm like, what was the point of me finding a rich girl, Mom? Like, don't you want to shouldn't I find somebody that loves me? Find a rich girl. For what reason? What purpose? She's not going to give me her money. Why would I want to be with somebody that would just give me their money? That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, girls, I don't know. Just finding girls that are naked, not a really good incentive. I'd rather find really smart girls that are really successful that you can start a family with. Not just naked girls.
Right.
But gentlemen, I will see you later. I want to thank you all for being here. Stubble McShave, Tom Jr. Jackson, we are all goof people. It was great to have you both here. I'm going to
Great to talk to you.
Yep, that was a lot of fun. I'm cutting you out of the show. I'm discontinuing. I'm disconnecting. Thanks for being you guys. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, I want to say thank you for being here. And remember, the guiding philosophy on this channel, and I say it after every show, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to all of you, have a better night or a better day, depending on where you are in the world. And thanks for hanging out with us for the last, almost 5 hours. I am going to go to bed. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Dieter Bastian and I will be here for Let's Get Physical Media, which will be fun. I want to see what our favorite trash panda all the way from Saarbrücken, Deutschland, is up to. And what did he buy this week? We will find out. And on that note, I will say to all of you, again, have a better night.